From the beaches of the Sunshine State to the harbors of New England, Henri, that's come calling for the East Coast ahead of the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season.
And right now, the storm has millions on alert, including the shores of many vacation destinations as the summer wraps up. Take a look at the path of Henri, and you can see why this is the big playmaker as you look to plan your weekend ahead. We've got a lot of the Northeast New England, Long Island here in the cone of uncertainty.
Thanks so much for choosing the Weather Channel here to get you through the threats to your family outings as well as activities.
We will be joined by our expert, Dr. Greg Postel, as we get you through the afternoon here, making sure you have the information you need to stay safe. Now, Henri threatens the east, but we've got more dangerous storms, severe weather in the forecast across the country.
Yeah, right there in the middle, you can see the red zone here for us, parts of the upper Midwest through the plains. That's going to be the area that we watch here through the afternoon and evening. Storms that could produce some damaging wind, hail, tornado risk, we've got that there as well. And watch for more of those storms in parts of the southeast. That's an area that saw that yesterday with some downpours. Could see a repeat performance yet again today.
Yeah, so that's a zone to watch there in the mid-Atlantic. Heavy rain, a possibility. D.C. has been such a mess this morning with flash flooding. That system, though, is going to be very critical when it comes to tugging on Henri and helping it make that turn to the north. So that's what we want to talk about right now. Let's get to Dr. Greg Postel. A lot of questions about the track and about the intensity. So let's start with the track. When do you think it's going to make that turn to the north, and will it accelerate?
Yeah, I think two questions. One, yes, it will make that turn. In fact, it has already, and it will begin to pick up a little bit of speed as the northward movement now is pretty obvious. It's actually moving northwest. Remember, this time yesterday it was moving due west. Now it's northwest. That turn has begun. And this is what we're looking at with the satellite pictures, about 500 miles east of Jacksonville, Florida. The weather today in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, no problem. We're not really going to be dealing with direct impacts, weather impacts from Henri. We'll have big waves and rip currents, but that would be about it, although significant. So this is Henri, and if you want to know where it's going, and this was what Jen was talking about, it's starting to feel a little bit of the presence of that upper trough in the jet stream right in here. That is true. And you can almost see that in sort of the slight elongation in the cloud pattern. A little bit, anyway, in that direction. You can kind of get a sense where the tropical system is going to go by the shape of the cloud pattern. If it starts to get elongated in the north-south direction, well, then you know it's probably starting to get some shear and starting to move in that direction. That's what's happening to Henri right now. This high pressure system here, which yesterday was right north of Henri, blocked it from moving northward yesterday. It was only on a westward path. Today, that high pressure system has backed off in that direction. This one has moved in that direction, parting of the Red Seas, so to speak. And you can see that that door has opened here, and it will curve almost due north, probably in the next 12 to 18 hours, in response to this incoming upper trough that's going to, as I mentioned before, seduce it maybe northward, and that's going to be the case, as we can see. There's the official track, by the way, Jen and Alex, from the Hurricane Center in white, but that's one option of others that are still viable, including some westward options here across Long Island and eastward ones in eastern New England. So pay attention to the forecast. There will be some slight adjustments made.
Absolutely. We will certainly be doing that. So getting a sense of where this thing is going. Of course, the other side of the story is, of course, how strong it may get as well. Dr. Postel, this thing has some time to make its way northbound. Speed's going to be a factor, water temperature as well. How strong could this thing get?
Probably a Category 1. I think that's the guidance on the higher end of the intensity forecast is a Category 1 hurricane. But we'll see. The intensity forecasts come with a lot more uncertainty than do the track forecasts. So we have to watch that very carefully. Things could change, and we got to keep an eye on this thing because it has yet to move over the warmest water over the Gulf Stream, the kind of water that's got plenty of fuel to support a hurricane. It's not there yet, but it will be in the next 24 hours. So there is Henri, as I showed you before, but here, zooming in on it, you can see quite a bit of lightning still, ferocious thunderstorms with tops between 50 and 60,000 feet raging on in that part of the circulation. But yet the center of circulation is probably over here on the northeastern or northwestern edge of all of that bad weather. As long as we're seeing that kind of separation between where the area of low pressure is here and the biggest and baddest of all the thunderstorms there, well, then it's not in a hurry to strengthen. And I think it's not going to be in a hurry to strengthen today. But we have to watch out, because I think by tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, it will be in this zone where the intensity guidance, some of the models strengthen it a little bit into hurricane status. And if it's over that warmest of all the water, with not that much wind shear, we could see it getting stronger. But the good news here, Alex, is on final approach on Sunday, it does look like it's going to weaken. That has something to do with the fact that the water is very cool here in the 60s with not much heat content or very little fuel. We can hope that that factors in on final arrival there of Henri.
Absolutely, that is the hope, one to watch for sure, and we will do that. We'll certainly be doing that here from a spot like Martha's Vineyard, where right now things are nice, calm, and tranquil here for you. Great opportunity to get the preparation done now as the weather is calm, because Henri is going to be bringing with it a number of hazards here to the island here that is just there south of Cape Cod, including flooding that can be resulting from surge and from the rainfall. And that's what we'll tackle first, the rainfall threat here for us across parts of the Northeast into New England. It's been a wet time. I mean, just over the last couple of days. Remember, we just had Fred move on through, and that dumped a decent amount of rain here across parts of New York State, Pennsylvania, and then another zone here, right here across sections of Connecticut and into Massachusetts. 3 to 5 inches right in that area here, just again, over the last couple of days. Then you go back to July. You remember how wet that was. It seemed like it rained every day. And a number of these cities, Hartford there, it was the third wettest July on record for you. You picked up 10.15 inches there. Boston, the second wettest for you, over 10 inches. Even Providence there in Rhode Island, over 7 inches of rain. So this is an area that's so waterlogged, so soggy, and now we bring in another tropical system. And again, that's why we do have that risk for some flooding. Here's the system, according to the European model here, as we get into Sunday and Monday. There it is, moving on in. And one problem is kind of slows down a bit. And so as it slows down, it's going to have a little bit more time to dump more rain. And so again, more rain gets a chance to add up in those areas. Once we get to Monday and Tuesday, we should see this thing begin to zip on off towards the north and the east. But not before here, at least according to the European, brings us maybe 3 to 5 inches here for you south of Boston, dealing with that. Then another zone back off towards the north and the west. The GFS model also has a zone of some pretty heavy rain, and you can see that area that actually stretches a little bit farther north up into even southern portions of New Hampshire, but also a secondary area of 5 to 8, which is even larger. So again, heavy rainfall coming into this zone, which does not need any more rain. There's the GFS keeping it a little bit stronger than the European. And again, it also does slow it down a bit to help to dump more of that rain in that area. So that, again, leads to some flooding. We've got the risk here from tomorrow into Sunday, but increasing that risk from Sunday into Monday, right in that zone of darker green. We do have that possibility, New Haven, Connecticut. And again, this area could shift a little bit depending on exactly where this system does track. All right, so that's the rainfall, Jen. How about the storm surge?
And the surge, though, that water is going to be another issue from the surge. This is a live look at New London, Connecticut, where a storm surge watch is in effect, courtesy of Henri. There is the potential for a 1 to 3 foot water rise. That window of concern will happen around the time of high tide, which on Sunday evening is 8 o'clock-ish, depending on where you are exactly up here. And, you know, not only are we expecting an approach of Henri about that time, we also are at full moon on Sunday. And so when you have a full moon, it means a higher than normal astronomical tide, and that's going to make the surge issue a bit higher than it would have been otherwise. So let's take a look at where we are with the surge watches. They were extended just to the west a little bit with the new advisory, which includes the eastern end of the East River right here, including around the Flushing, New York, extends all the way around the Cape there. And so wind direction matters when it comes to surge. You get that wind pushing the water on the east side of the circulation. That's typically where you get the biggest surge, getting that ocean push, and we'll see that over there into southern New England, Rhode Island, southern parts of Massachusetts. But you also get that circulation going in a counterclockwise fashion, so then you'll get sound side flooding on the other side of the circulation. And you'll see that here on that northern shore of Long Island. Again, depends exactly where the path of the storm is, and that's where it matters for exact landfall. It does matter when it comes to surge. The biggest surge is just off to the right of the circulation. Now let's talk waves too, because that's another component. Waves have been up and getting higher as we've been over the past 12 hours here, now up to about close to 10 feet, not quite there, about 8 feet waves, 8 foot waves, I should say. Let's watch what happens with that as we get through the overnight. Waves will be on the increase out here. Some of that swell is going to emanate to the East Coast. That will be affecting your rip currents. And then once we get into overnight Saturday into Sunday, we'll see some of the bigger waves approaching us here on the northeast coast, Jersey, Long Island, and then southern New England. We'll get some of the biggest waves out of this, and certainly that will be a factor too in not just the surge, but but also in that risk for erosion. The rip current risk will be high. Today, it's starting to ramp up, especially tomorrow, up and down the entire mid-Atlantic and northeast coast. Alex.
Well, when that power gets knocked out by a tropical system, many businesses and homeowners rely on backup generators. And while they are useful, they can also be dangerous. Here's home improvement expert Danny Lifford with what you need to know before operating one.
Hi, I'm Danny Lipford from Today's Homeowner. A portable generator can be a lifesaver when the power goes out after a storm, but only if it's working properly. Check your oil, fill it with fresh gas, and test run it to make sure that it's ready when you need it. When you use a portable generator, it's important to protect your family from carbon monoxide in the engine's exhaust. Carbon monoxide is invisible, odorless, and very deadly, so never run a generator inside or in a partially enclosed space. Only operate them outdoors with plenty of ventilation away from windows, doors, or crawl spaces. When it's time to refuel your generator, make sure you shut it off and let it cool down a bit before refilling the tank. Spilled fuel on a hot engine can cause a fire or explosion. Never connect a portable generator directly to your home's wiring because the voltage can backfeed onto power lines, possibly injuring utility workers or your neighbors. Instead, use heavy-duty extension cords to connect individual lights or appliances to the generator and be sure they're unplugged when you start or stop it. Also, be sure any extension cord connections are protected from rain or any standing water. Remember, the first priority in a storm situation is keeping yourself and your family nice and safe.
All good advice. Now, we've had a lot of weather issues lately, not related to Henri yet, but Fred, and the other day we had a flooding here across the Northeast. Today we just had a little upper level system, but it's causing big problems, and that's why the flash flood watch is up here through the mid-Atlantic. It's already brought some heavy rainfall. In fact, you can see all the storm reports that we've had around the D.C. area in the district. A lot of flooding today has really caused a mess of a commute this morning. Here nearby at Woodrow Wilson, there was up to 3 feet of standing water in the roadway near the intersection of Union Street and King Street, and then over in Kenilworth we had East Capitol Street that was blocked by high water at the underpass, and so many of these kinds of reports have come in this morning. Now, the rain there has lessened and moved east, and this is weakened, but you can see how this kind of extends and tails back from over the Atlantic into eastern North Carolina, eastern Virginia. That's an area that will see more showers and storms developing later today. Baltimore's starting to dry out. D.C., we have been over the past hour or so. Things are getting better there, but we still have scattered showers out there in West Virginia, and we're going to see more in this general vicinity because this whole system is not really pushing east at all. It just kind of hangs out here. It is one of the players in helping direct Henri to the north, so you know it's going to be here for a little bit. So we're going to be watching the tail end of that here, extending right back down across eastern North Carolina. This will chase you off the beaches this afternoon and evening here, not getting that sunset view before the Outer Banks. Wilmington will get some storms before the day is over too. Break this evening though and break this overnight across that area. Now we're concerned about flash flooding there because some of those storms could bring heavy rainfall. We also have heavy rainfall into parts of the south, including into Alabama, Mississippi. As storms start developing this afternoon here without a lot to steer them around, you could be dealing with storms that just sit and drop some really heavy rain and flash flood problems. Alex.
Well, we could certainly see some angry skies in the northern plains for today, like we saw in parts of Colorado yesterday. Thunderstorms in the area triggered a tornado warning in Elbert County last night. Today, we'll be watching places like Minneapolis and Sioux Falls for that threat for severe storms, and that does include the threat for tornadoes. So looking for more active weather here for us as we head through the day, just pushing a little bit further east than what we saw yesterday. Let's time it out here for us, and we'll start off there in Minneapolis here, showing you what's going on. Right about 9 o'clock or so, you can see the position as the future radar. We put that into play. There's that sort of area of showers and storms moving right on through the heart of the city, so just be ready for that. 8, 9, 10 o'clock, right in that time frame is where some of the worst of the weather is expected there. But there's a larger zone of potential severe weather that does extend from Sioux Falls down towards Omaha, Kansas City are in there, down towards Wichita as well. Damaging wind gusts from some of these storms, and there is the risk for some hail and isolated tornadoes as well. You can see the Torcon values in that kind of 2 to 3 range here across the upper Midwest. So already been seeing some storms this morning and early afternoon. That continues here, eastern North Dakota into Minnesota. Also a little bit of activity here for you as you head into South Dakota and central Nebraska. That action will continue to slide towards the north and the east here through the early part of the day. But look what starts to develop. A little bit more stormy weather here for us through 3 o'clock now, moving right through eastern North Dakota, southwest parts of Minnesota. And then you start to see a line developing, and that line really starts to get going at squall line through this evening, blasting through Des Moines by about 11 o'clock. Kansas City, you'll see that as well. And then very early in the morning, probably waking up to some storms here around St. Louis, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Could be a bit of a loud and tumultuous time there. Flooding is also a risk from these storms. We'll be watching that risk anywhere from North Dakota all the way back down into even portions of Missouri. The good news is once we get into tomorrow, we do see a bit of a shift east. So Minneapolis, Des Moines, Kansas City, those areas will be quieting down. Temperatures will be comfortable as well. Out ahead of that system, much, much warmer, upper 80s and around 90 around Cincinnati and Detroit. And then in between, we've got the risk for more storms to fire up. Marquette's a spot that could see that back down towards Milwaukee, Chicago as well during our afternoon and early evening. Jen?
Our extended coverage gets you ready for the weekend all the way here on the Weather Channel. And we've got Tropical Storm Henri approaching the northeast coast. Our hurricane watch is up because we do expect that it will become a hurricane before it.
The Tiger Dam flood control system preserves infrastructure by protecting buildings, keeping interstates and highways accessible, and allowing utilities to function during storms. Tiger Dams, the world's #1 flood protection product.
Attention! Medicare recipients are entitled to save money and get significant new benefits at no additional cost.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, this is important. You're now entitled to eliminate co-pays and get dental care, dentures, eyeglasses, prescription coverage, in-home aids, unlimited transportation, and home-delivered meals, all at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. Look, with the uncertainty of the virus and vaccines, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Here's the bottom line. Call to get significant benefits at no additional cost and see if your zip code has coverage with the Give Back benefit.
I called to get the new benefits and save money, so I'm not spending money I don't have to spend.
With this virus situation, I called to get everything I'm entitled to. I couldn't believe I was missing out on so many benefits.
Reality is, it's a very uncertain year ahead, so you need to be sure your health care coverage is up to date. Call now. It's free.
I called to get dental, transportation, meals, and the Give Back benefit. They helped me so much.
Get dental care, dentures, unlimited transportation, and home-delivered meals at no additional cost. And your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month.
With the uncertainty of the virus and vaccines, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare coverage helpline. You can too. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-442-6400. That's 1-800-442-6400 now.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. Inside, outside, big or small, Angie helps you find the right solution for whatever you need done. With Angie, you can connect with top local pros and see ratings and reviews. Just search or scroll to see upfront pricing on hundreds of projects. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. It's easy to make your home an Angie home. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's unique. That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Oh yeah, that's the spot. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
TracFone Wireless gives you more control. Just swap your SIM card. You can also keep your phone, keep your network, keep your number. $20 a month, no contract. Don't keep that case, though. Oh. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
I can't let diabetes get in my way. I've got way too much stuff to do.
So here's what I do. I wear this Dexcom G6. It continuously sends my glucose numbers to my phone. And this arrow shows me where I'm headed and how fast. Check out Dexcom.com/inrange.
Ashley Home Store's Labor Day preview sale is going on now. Shop early and get Labor Day furniture savings of up to 30% off. Or get 72 months no-interest financing this week only at Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Feels good to be home.
Ashley Home Store's Labor Day preview mattress sale is going on now. Save up to $1,000 on select Ashley Sleep, Groove, Sealy, and Beauty Rest mattresses. Or get the Doorbuster Sealy Surrey Lane mattress for $5.99. Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, cloudy skies, slight chance of a rain shower. High 83. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, considerable cloudiness. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Evacuate immediately.
Tropical storm Henri making waves right now along the East Coast, triggering high surf, rip currents, and storm surge alerts as Henri swings around Bermuda and continues this trek north. It's begun. We could see it strengthen into a Category 1 hurricane, but so much about this storm here. We still need to know the details, including the exact expected path.
If you're looking for some of the worst conditions, or at least when things will start to go downhill, you're looking at basically the arrival time, the most likely arrival time of tropical storm force winds. And essentially here, getting into places like Long Island, we're looking at late Saturday night into early Sunday morning, that time frame for some of those tropical storm force winds to come in. And it's that point when it's going to be impossible to do any sort of preparation in the outdoors. So you want to get that done before those winds arrive. Well, another round of summer showers for parts of Texas this week. This time lapse here, this was actually captured in Fort Worth on Thursday.
That was quite a time lapse. I know you love time lapse views here, and you saw, the storm blast through and then the clearing afterwards. We got about 1.5 inches of rain that fell across parts of the metro yesterday, and just 60 miles away in Jacksboro, we saw a whopping 6 inches of rainfall. And I saw a stat shared by another meteorologist on Twitter about the air over Dallas. It had so much moisture in it. The precipitable water was one of the top highest they've seen in the month of August. So at least since going back, 10 years or so.
I said a lot because August can be pretty nasty.
August can be nasty, but that's why you got the heavy rainfall.
All right. Well, looking for more potential heavy rainfall out of there in the Dallas, Texas region, but a little bit farther east, a quarter of rain here from North Florida all the way up into the Mid-South. Generally less than an inch, but there'll be some pockets of 1 to 2, maybe even locally higher amounts too.
Yes. All right. So heavy rainfall will cause some problems, we think, with flooding. That's why this outlook is out there. We also have the Mid-Atlantic, where it's been a mess for the last couple of days, including this morning, because of that little system bringing some heavy rain. And luckily, we are getting some quieter weather in D.C. right now. Yeah, we do have some storms, though, moving across northern Mississippi. There's Tupelo. You can see that little cluster that's moving its way towards the southwest, essentially right along 22 right now. Downpours, the main threat with these storms at this hour. Yeah, we do have some light rain still as you head south out of Birmingham on the interstate there. You jump over to Montgomery, we've got showers moving in. Some of these will bring some heavy rain at times as well. So already getting active, and we do think there'll be a little bit more coverage of these showers and storms as we head on through the rest of the day. You can see during the afternoon a little bit more green showing up here on the map. And again, with any of those storms, downpours, lightning strikes also a big threat. Yeah, look at even tomorrow. It looks a lot the same. Everything nudges a little bit further east. So we see Atlanta more in the mix for more widespread showers and storms affecting your Saturday plans. You know, storms can knock out power and leave you scrambling.
But if it happens, there are several safety tips to keep in mind. Here's meteorologist Mike Bettis.
Strong storms can bring power outages, so here are a few things you can do to stay safe when the power goes out. Without power, you can break out the generator, your grill, or some other similar item, but make sure to use it outside in a well-ventilated area to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Carbon monoxide is an odorless and colorless gas that can be deadly. The water supply can also be compromised during a power outage, so check with local authorities on the safety of your water and boil it if recommended. According to the CDC, if the power is out for less than 4 hours, the food in your fridge is probably safe, but keep those doors closed as much as possible. But when it comes to food, when in doubt, throw it out. If the power's been out for more than a day, it's best to toss out any refrigerated medicines. If they're life-saving, use them, but get a replacement as soon as possible. If it's hot and you don't have air conditioning, look for a shelter that does, something like a mall or a store, or maybe take a cold shower. Fans alone don't really prevent heat-related illness. As with any storm, make sure you have an emergency plan and a disaster supply kit that covers you, your family, and your pets for at least 3 days. Better to be safe than sorry.
It's all good advice, and not just because of thunderstorms in the south, to the northeast, of course, with Henri looming. You could use those tips. Let's take you out to a break from all the weather in Iowa.
Yeah, we got the Iowa State Fair continuing here, and it looks like a good weather for that fair. You're looking there on the left side of your screen, Dyersville, Iowa, which is 3 hours away from Des Moines. But that's where we had, of course, Major League Baseball kind of hanging out there in the field of dreams. But the forecast there in Des Moines, again, looks pretty good for all the activities that are planned for today and into the weekend.
There is a children's joke-telling contest at 1 o'clock. That is going to be so cute because, you know, delivery is everything when it comes to telling jokes, and kids actually just sometimes their slowness to tell a joke makes it even funnier. All right, we also have the Girls Next Door country bluegrass performance coming up at 5:30 tonight. Will be fun.
And, well, this is a celebrity goat milking contest, too, so that should be fun as well. All right, back to more serious things. That is Tropical Storm Henri, which, again, will be making its approach and moving its way northbound. You can see as we head on through the weekend, conditions will start to go downhill. You're looking for that arrival time of those tropical storm force winds. Saturday night, late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, we can expect that.
Sweaty in bed for all the wrong reasons? Chic's Performance Sheets keep you cool, even on the hottest summer nights. Chic's are the world's most breathable, moisture-wicking, ridiculously soft sheets with superior stretch.
Go to trycheeks.com to save over $100 today.
Let's go, Peloton! Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa and Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Thrive Cosmetics Brilliant Eye Brightener is your "of course I got 9 hours of sleep" secret. Available in a variety of shades. Use it as an eyeliner, eyeshadow, or below your brow for an instant eye lift. No wonder it's sold every 3 seconds. Join our movement today at thrivecosmetics.com.
Attention anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments?
Can I just call and go over my monthly prescription medications to see if I can save any money?
Yes. You could potentially save more than $1,000 per year on your prescription drugs. If you're not 100% sure about your Medicare benefits or want to see if you can save on prescription costs, call the Medicare helpline. The call is free. You could be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with no copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no as in zero.
How do we know that we're getting all the benefits that are available to us?
Millions of Americans may not have all of the benefits that are available to them right now. That's why calling to make sure your Medicare plan is updated for 2021 is so important. Call now to see if you are eligible to save money and get additional benefits. You don't get these automatically, so call and see if you're eligible. The call is free and there is no obligation to enroll. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify.
We are so glad that we called. We found out that we were eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with $0 monthly premiums and deductibles, plus no copay.
The Medicare Helpline is open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting all the benefits available to you. Just call 800-215-3458 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that may include additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-215-3458. That's 800-215-3458.
These days, we're all together all the time. Working, playing, cleaning. Turns out family life can be, well, gross. But Care.com can help with lots of great housekeepers to put your messy place back together again when it's right for you. It costs less than you think. And a clean house feels so good. Get the housekeeping help you need. Care.com.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
The remnants of Tropical Storm Fred felt and seen in the Boston metro following flooding rain yesterday in Worcester. At least 4 cars were completely underwater. This after storm drains could no longer handle any more water.
Strong winds also ripped up trees and fences in Clinton, Massachusetts. In fact, they're going to do a tornado survey there to see if it was indeed a tornado. And Tropical Storm Henri is now on track up here to dump even more unneeded rain in the Northeast.
I think that's one of the problems here is because it's been so wet. It'd be one thing if we were coming out of a dry period, but it has been so wet. The grounds just can't handle any more rain. So a problem when you're talking about another tropical system coming into the picture.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we want to take you into what we have ongoing right now with Henri. The hurricane watches are up.
That's right. We're dealing with that here, ranging from Long Island there into the west to the eastern shores of Nantucket, as well as Cape Cod here for us. While hundreds of miles to the south, we've got Henri. Well, that is slowly churning, but turning. Expected to strengthen into a hurricane before making that landfall sometime on Sunday.
You know, Henri, as it continues that path toward the north, because it's going to make that change in movement. It's moving more northwest right now. Once it does that, it's going to be moving over some warmer waters in the Atlantic. So it has the chance to strengthen into a hurricane. In fact, that's in the prediction. That's in the forecast. We look at the hurricane watches. That's why those are up. Now, we have cooler water just off to the south of here. And so you think, oh, that'll weaken Henri. But depending on how fast it's moving, it'll be holding on to some energy and some wind strength for sure. So there is the chance it does come in as a hurricane as it approaches land here. Here's a look at where it is right now. The outflow is very evident. That's this high cirrus that you see that kind of look like eyelashes all around, especially the northern side and the eastern side. This is a sign, one of some winds that are actually coming out and sort of tugging it up from south to north. It's also providing outflow. So outflow allows the thunderstorms to grow in size, and those thunderstorms are the energy that feed a hurricane and its spin. But also, you know, with that tug to the north, you're going to see that movement pulled more to the north, and we'll see that change throughout the day today. Now, here we go with a look at that projected path, and we are watching Henri make its approach on Sunday here into New England. By Sunday morning, still expected to be a hurricane, but then as it moves over those cooler waters, it is expected to weaken. And when I use the word weaken, it's not weakening much here. It's still actually expected to come in as a very strong tropical storm or a Cat 1 hurricane. Either way, you're probably going to have the same kinds of impacts. Surge on the eastern side of the circulation. We will have a wind field with it that could take down trees, cause power outages. So you need to be ready for that. And certainly there could be some damage too when you have winds of this strength, 70-mile-per-hour winds Sunday evening as this approaches the coast. We're also going to be watching for rainfall, and that's going to be a concern as well. And Greg, when we look at this cone, once we get into the northeast here this weekend, it is expected to be reduced in speed as it approaches the coast too. And so when that happens, rain becomes an even bigger issue.
Yeah, big problem. Flooding is going to be one of those hazards that may be standing out among some of the rest. Wind could be a factor as well. As you know, Jen, that can bring down power lines and do some damage to the infrastructure. But we have to watch the next 12 to 24 hours of Henri very carefully because although it's not strengthening right now and it's not quite in that position to do so, it may over the next day or so find itself over very warm water. It will over the Gulf Stream and have an opportunity to get stronger than it is right now. As the 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm you mentioned, Jen, look at the clouds. I mean, you can almost see the northward expansion of some of these cirrus clouds telling us a couple of things. One, maybe it's undergoing a little bit less wind shear than it did yesterday. I think indeed that can be verified. But also it's starting to now move toward the northwest and eventually on northbound. So that is a sign that it's coming very likely to New England very late Saturday night and Sunday especially. And right now we're watching a lot of lightning strikes over the interior of Henri, suggesting that thunderstorms are fierce in the middle of it. But the center of circulation is likely up in there, kind of removed a bit somewhat from the worst of all the weather. That's a good sign. That means it's not quite ready to strengthen quickly. But we'll be watching it again because the escape hatch out of the subtropics has been open thanks to this ridge of high pressure, which yesterday was blocking it from going north. That's moved over here. This ridge has moved this way, and the trough has come in, allowing basically only one place for Henri to go, and that's due north. It is not likely to bring weather impacts to Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina even. Beaches, yes, with big waves and rip currents. But the weather, the bad weather, will likely remain well offshore. But not the case for, let's say, Long Island, parts of other areas nearby, New York State, or New England, with very likely Henri. This is a Hurricane Center's forecast track moving into the region on Sunday. Now, that's the Hurricane Center's track, but there are other options that bring it even farther west than that, closer to New York City and Alex, maybe as far east as Boston. Heads up.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Certainly watching that closely and more to come here as we track Henri swooping its way into your weekend plans from down East Maine to even Florida's Space Coast.
We've all been there. Your summer road trip hits a speed bump before it even begins. Insurance covers your vehicle from accidents, but did you know it doesn't cover expensive breakdowns? If your vehicle's manufacturer warranty is expired or is about to run out, you'll be on the hook for unexpected repairs. A broken AC unit costs over $1,800, transmission over $3,000, and an engine over $4,000. Breakdowns used to mean thousands in repair costs. Until now.
As a mechanic, I always recommend my customers have an auto protection plan. You never know when a breakdown can strike, and you need coverage you can count on. Endurance has been putting money back in Americans' pockets for nearly 2 decades, and their plans are crafted by real auto experts like me. That's why they're the only company I trust.
In the lifespan of my policy with Endurance, I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
Over the past 4 years of having Endurance, I've had 3 claims, a little over $3,300.
We pay a small amount a month, and when something comes up, just like it did with us, one repair was $1,200. It was well worth it.
Summer road trips put your car to the ultimate test and leave countless drivers stranded with unexpected and expensive repairs. No matter how many miles your car has, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. That means insurance plus Endurance equals total protection. If you break down, just choose the local repair shop you trust. Endurance pays them directly. No complicated paperwork, no checks in the mail.
I saw the bill was over $1,200, and what I paid was a $100 deductible.
Your plan even covers 24/7 roadside assistance. If you break down, Endurance jumps your battery, tows, delivers gas, changes a flat, unlocks your car, and more. Call now and we'll upgrade you to an Endurance Elite membership free with thousands of dollars of benefits at no extra cost.
I would never expected that my sunroof would have cost me $1,600. Thankfully, I had Endurance and it was covered.
We know there are things that may pop up that we're not expecting. We're very happy that we have Endurance to help us through those tough times.
Endurance is the #1 trusted expert in vehicle protection, recommended by Consumer Affairs and highly rated by customers on major review sites.
Unlike other companies I've dealt with as a mechanic, Endurance is the direct administrator of their plans. That means no middleman and no runaround. They're with you from quote to claim with VIP customer service that gets you back on the road fast.
We offer affordable down payments, low monthly plans, and a money-back guarantee.
Saving that type of money has and will make me a lifetime customer with Endurance.
So don't take your summer road trip without total protection from Endurance. Call 800-766-1121 for a free quote. That's 800-766-1121.
After switching to the farmer's dog, we noticed so many improvements in Remy's health. His allergies were going away, and he just had amazing energy. It looks like nutritious food, and it is. I'm investing in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Named the world's most accurate forecaster, the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. Our continuing coverage of Henri. And there you can see the projected path here as we head on through the weekend into early next week. And earlier in the week, none of this area was in the cone, but that has certainly changed here for us. And now we've got a good portion of New England within this area. We're going to start to see the impacts and feel some of those impacts as we get in through the weekend. Late Saturday night, early Sunday, tropical storm conditions, and then you can see pushing its way northbound and then eventually turning towards the north and the east. But it's going to bring with it some strong winds, some heavy rainfall. Of course, we're going to watch for some issues there in the waters. Watch for that storm surge. That's going to be a problem as well. Now, this is coming into an area that has already been pretty soggy here for us, and that is certainly problematic here because you don't want to add additional rainfall to these zones. This is what we've seen here. Remember, Fred moved on through and dumped some rain. A number of storm reports that came on in around the Harvard area there for us. Multiple trees were down here for us, and that's another thing that we're going to be following. Grounds are so soaked and saturated, it doesn't take a whole lot in terms of any kind of wind that may come through that could knock more trees down, and that could lead to some power outages here. So be prepared for that risk as well. And there in the East Hartford area, you had some roads closed there because of flooding and cars stuck in that flooding as well. Remember going back to July, how wet it was? That was a wet month here for us across portions of the Northeast and into New England. Look at some of these areas, including Hartford there. It was the third wettest July on record there for you. Over 10 inches of rainfall showing up over towards Boston. Also a very wet time. Number 2 wettest July for you on record. Over 10 inches of rain. So these areas are soaked. They are soggy. You look at the soil moisture here in departure from average. Dry here in the brown shades, but in those green areas, and you see where that is, New York State, working into Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all those areas in New England, those are spots where soil moisture, we are above average. So again, soggy, more rain, and that leads to more potential flooding. Here's the forecast here for us, basically going from tomorrow into Tuesday, and there's a zone of widespread 2 to 3 inches of rainfall here for us. That darker shade of the green, I'd imagine there'll be locally higher amounts as well. One thing we'll be following is the speed of the system is expected to slow down a bit, and a slower system has an opportunity to dump heavier rains here for us. So we'll be following that here for us. The European model bringing us some of that rain here, 3 to 5 inches. The GFS model, maybe a little bit more and a little bit farther to the west as well. Jen?
All right, so that's one of those areas of the country when you get there, you're like, wow, it's amazing out there, right? And one of the world's most well-known vacation spots is Cape Cod, Massachusetts, especially this time of year. Now, we know Tropical Storm Henri is threatening here this weekend, but first, meteorologist Reynolds Wolf jumps into the Jeep Grand Cherokee and takes us on a tour.
Combined 560 miles of coastline, very rich and diverse wildlife, over 4 centuries of storied history. And you know you've got the New England gem known as Cape Cod. Our job? To jump in the all-new 3-row Grand Cherokee and meet the locals. All right, Matt, so where are we?
Well, welcome to beautiful Cape Cod. We're in Sandwich on the bay side, which is the inside of the elbow, and we're headed out to Sandy Neck Beach, and we are going to put on a nice clam boil for you guys tonight. But this is beautiful. You can drive out there with the family, you can have some burgers, dogs, lobsters, and just hang out with the friends, maybe play a little volleyball.
This is what it's all about.
Lobster used to be poor man's food. They fed it to prisoners in the late 1800s. Now it's a luxury.
Reynolds, do you want to come over and grab a couple more of these lobsters?
Yep. Ah, whoa. So, Matt, tell me about some of the ingredients in a clam boil.
Well, we mentioned the lobster. Also, we're getting mussels, steamers, linguiça. Over here in the raw bar, we got some Wellfleet oysters, jumbo shrimp cocktail.
Now, obviously, Cape Cod, you've got people here, but this place is kind of a zoo, isn't it?
Absolutely. You got your shorebirds, seagulls, sharks, humpback whales. There's a big tourist attraction for the seals.
Morning, I'm Captain Jeff.
Hey, Reynolds Wolf, what is the mission today?
We're going to go out and look for some seals.
Obviously, this is a place that attracts a lot of living creatures, but what is the thing that brings the seals here?
Clearly, they've got a comfortable place to be, adequate food supply, they can congregate and find safety in numbers, and they're on the protected species list, so they have no real predators after them. I mean, you know, great whites obviously can do some minimal damage, but there are some 15,000 seals estimated to be in the Chatham Harbor area here. It's become an absolute tourist attraction. I mean, it's highly unique. You're not going to see this even in an aquarium. To be here in this environment is very, very special.
What is a busy season for you? How many of these will you do?
We'll end up doing between 400 and 500 parties just like this, anywhere ranging from 12 to 300 people. Reynolds, have you ever had an oyster? Do you like oysters?
I don't know and no.
So just take a little of this sauce and then suck it down. So what do you think?
Not bad. You know, when they say they're into hospitality at Cape Cod, they mean what they say. In fact, we've got enough food for both friends and family. Yet another reason why it's amazing out there. This is awesome.
It's amazing out there, brought to you by Jeep. There's only one.
Make this the summer of sand on the floorboard and mud on the tires, where one wave introduced you to 1,000 friends you didn't know you had, and one spirit of adventure took you places you hadn't dreamed existed. Make this the summer you discovered there's only one. Make this the summer of Jeep.
Get $2,250 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Plus, get 3 years no-cost maintenance with the Jeep Wave program.
Fall together with Lowe's. Labor Day values now in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
Honey latte.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Oh, it's Hack Me.
It's easy to be unsafe.
Mom, what's your 401k number?
Now it's easy to help protect yourself. Opt in to cyber safety at Norton.com.
I'm not ready to lose my hair. Not now. But I never thought there was a real solution. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And I can get my treatment without leaving the couch. Go to Keeps.com to learn more.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating, from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is that I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters. We then install our stainless steel micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which keeps out all leaves and organic debris.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter is going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
When you're entertaining, you want to put out the best. Snacks that taste great and come straight from the earth. And last time I checked, pretzels don't grow on trees. Just saying. Planters, a nut above.
Hi, I wanted to get the mobile deal I saw on the sign.
Sure, if you're getting 4 lines.
Oh, I don't need 4 lines.
Well, then you can't get that deal. But imagine what you could do with 4 lines. You can have one to call your lawyer. What? Embezzlement. Or you can use one to call your boss. Quick question, how do I tell someone if they're not getting 4 lines that each is going to cost more? Yeah, I don't think she looks happy. No, not yet. She's going to lose her mind. You tell her.
You know what? I'm good.
T-Mobile is selling it. Don't buy it.
Didn't work.
For one fair price, no matter how many lines you need, choose Spectrum Mobile.
Do you have a job? Do you have $136? If you do, we can sell you a new car today.
What about all these cars?
Yep, and many are available with no money down. Check out all of our Hondas, Toyotas, Kias, and Acuras online.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, cloudy skies, slight chance of a rain shower. High 83. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, considerable cloudiness. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, it's red in the rearview mirror and Henri on the horizon. Well, it seems like a busy time for the Northeast. But, of course, the North has had its fair share of tropical weather. Among the most memorable, that's Hurricane Bob. That made landfall in Rhode Island 30 years ago.
Many people remember Bob for the power outages. It left 500,000 people in the dark. And then 5 years later, Hurricane Edward brought 74-mile-per-hour winds to Nantucket. Now, it never made landfall here. It stayed off the coast, but had a large wind field and also had large swells that did plenty of damage to boats. And we often look back at storms to see, what kind of situation could happen because of storms today. They're all different, and we know that. But just go back to some recent storms that we had up here across New England.
Yeah, that's right. Looks like the most recent here, you've got Faye, 2020, Isaias as well, in 2020 as well. Some of those dumped quite a bit of rain, some wind issues as well.
The power outages last year with Isaias. I know some of you were out for more than a week.
It was nuts. Yeah. It was nuts. Of course, Sandy, no one's forgetting about that, which was actually on the point of making that landfall, wasn't even a tropical cyclone at that point, but you can toss away all the different terms. The impacts were definitely felt.
Yes, indeed. And then you look back specifically at hurricanes that made landfall here in New England history. You go back to Bob. That's our last hurricane that officially made a landfall, 1991. Edward didn't make a landfall, even though, we talk about those impacts to boats and to the power outages then. But really, it was 30 years ago, so it's been a while since we've had a landfall here.
All right, well, let's focus in on Henri, which will be its own storm right as it tracks its way on in. Bring in Dr. Greg Postel as we watch this forecast here, and we've been watching the forecast change. And Dr. Postel, that is all a part of the game, changing forecast, which is why you have to keep checking back for those updates.
Alex, you're exactly right. You have to expect that the forecast is going to change, and you have to be updated on the latest ones because they will bring some important parts of the country into play, like this one with Henri very likely to make landfall on Sunday in New England. Now, there's the latest advisory as a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving now northwest at 7. Yesterday it was moving west. It's now northwest, meaning weather today in Florida is going to be just fine. Same thing in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. In fact, let's go to Daytona Beach right now and show you what the weather is like there. Look at that. Sunny skies. Hardly a cloud in the sky, but the swells, the waves are getting slowly bigger. And that is going to be one of the things we have to watch out for. The increasing swell and the increasing threat for rip currents, not just in Florida, but also northward all the way through the Carolinas, even though the weather from Henri likely not to pose much of a problem. Very different story farther to the north. Let's say in New England, or for example, Long Island or New York State. We have closing in on us on Sunday. Henri may indeed be a hurricane, Could be a tropical storm. We don't know exactly how strong it's going to be, but it's very likely to bring significant impacts all the way into the interior parts of the Northeast on Sunday and even lingering into Monday. And you might be thinking, wait, how did that happen? Wasn't the forecast last Tuesday missing the entire East Coast? Yes. And if you look at the forecast evolving over Henri, there has been a dramatic westward shift in it over time since the middle of this past week all the way to now. And we're starting to really get a very good clue here that Henri will be making a close encounter and likely landfall in the Northeast on Sunday. That kind of westward shift, Alex and Jen, should not be surprising. This is all part of the process and reminds us yet again we need to remain updated on the latest data coming in.
Exactly. And we also have other systems in the Atlantic we're tracking as well right now. We have Tropical Storm Grace and starting to see the aftermath, Hurricane Grace. This as it crossed across the Yucatan Peninsula. This is the damage left behind in Cancun.
Ooh, you can see that. My goodness, here. Grace here at the point of that landfall there, with the sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, did lose some of its steam as it made its way over that landmass of the Yucatan. But as it's now worked its way across the southern portions of the Bay of Campeche, that has now gotten a chance to re-strengthen here. So we do have a hurricane here for you moving its way westbound and may strengthen even more as we head on through the next 24 hours.
So we have Grace, of course we have Henri, we have another area to watch in the Atlantic. And by the way, Linda is now post-tropical. There's not even any thunderstorms or convection left with it. And it's no threat to Hawaii. I want to make sure you guys know that because I know it looks like it's going that way. All right.
There's Grace. Yeah, 85-mile-per-hour hurricane here for us. Again, moving westbound at 14. Going to start to run out of some real estate in terms of being over that water, but still that chance to creep up a bit more in terms of those peak winds.
This is really warm water, and that warm water goes really deep, so that's a perfect environment for a storm to rapidly strengthen. So we're going to see, unfortunately, that concern. Luckily, it does hit land sooner than later, so that doesn't have that much time to do that. Hurricane warning is up. Got to rush those preparations to completion there. Speaking of preparing, we have Tropical Storm Henri likely to become a hurricane. We are watching that track as it approaches New England over the weekend. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel.
Hi, I'm Jimmy J.J. Walker. If you're on Medicare, listen to this. I called the 1-800 number to see what extra Medicare benefits I could get. An actual person answered, looked up my zip code, and boom, I was offered extra benefits like dental coverage, including dentures, extractions, fillings, plus prescriptions, transportation, meals, and so much more, all at no additional cost. And then I asked about the benefit that adds money to my Social Security check. And get this, I'm entitled to an extra $100 a month. That's $1,200 a year added to my Social Security check. And I was like, dynamite. Call the 1-800 number on the screen and see what you may be entitled to. Call now. It's free.
I called and she looked up my zip code and said I could eliminate copays and get expanded dental work, prescriptions, transportation, and meals, all at no additional cost.
I called and couldn't believe that my zip code has dental care, transportation, meals, and the benefit that adds money to my Social Security check every month.
Look. Your zip code may entitle you to save money and get significant extra benefits, including expanded coverage for dental work, all at no additional cost. Plus, you may be able to get money added to your Social Security check every single month. Fact is, you don't get these benefits automatically. You must call. Call and get everything you may be entitled to.
I'm on a fixed income, so I called to get money added to my Social Security check every month.
Call and get what you may be entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-591-0834. That's 1-800-591-0834. Now.
Let's go, Peloton. Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa and Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where styles evolve and it's fun to try something new. Life where storage is in short supply and batteries run down and get charged up again. Washable, changeable, and guaranteed for life. Experience Sactionals at a Lovesac showroom near you.
The Bissell Crosswave Cordless Max lets you vacuum and wash your floors at the same time. Dry messes, wet messes. It even freshens area rugs.
And when you buy Bissell, you help save homeless pets.
To learn more, go to BissellCrosswave.com.
K-12 knows this year's been a challenge. Nevertheless, our tuition-free and personalized approach to online learning allowed students to learn from the safety of home on your terms. K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
A busy day ahead as we head into the weekend with storms firing up across the country, including areas in the south. This is some time-lapse video as storms pushed into Birmingham, Alabama yesterday. Storms dropped about an inch of rain here, and we're going to show you the areas where there's a growing tornado threat going into this weekend.
Meanwhile, New England bracing for more tropical threats with Henri on the horizon. Fred's leftovers left quite a mess in Hartford, Connecticut. 3.46 inches of rain fell here just yesterday. Here's the latest path for Henri, taking it on a northerly turn. Eventually, it's starting to make that northwesterly turn right now, eventually taking a more northerly path as it moves directly into New England. Here's a live look at Fire Island, New York, and that's where we could be seeing some of those impacts as early as late Saturday night, but more will be moving in as we go throughout the day on Sunday. Looks pretty good right now. We've got some showers on the horizon. Those are not related to Henri. There's a hurricane and storm surge watch in effect.
And up the way a little bit from New York up to Massachusetts. These skies are going to look a whole heck of a lot different this weekend here in Boston. If you have stuff to do outdoors, today's the day. Get her done because we're going to be seeing some changes big time. We're going to watch with Henri another flash flood threat. And Molly has a closer look at what Henri is doing right now. Molly.
Well, if you joined us yesterday on Weather Center Live, we said 24 hours we would have a much better idea of where Henri is headed, and we certainly do. The hurricane hunters, both the Air Force hurricane hunters and the NOAA hurricane hunters, have been flying into Henri as well as the environment around Henri, and because of that, we have a pretty confident track now that this will be moving to the north and eventually right into New England, making landfall on Sunday evening, afternoon to the evening time frame, with those impacts continuing as we go through the overnight hours Sunday into the beginning of Monday. We will see this intensify into a hurricane prior to making landfall, and you'll notice that the motion of this slows down significantly, and that certainly brings concerns for flash flooding and prolonged periods where we could see those tropical storm force winds and even up to hurricane force winds initially. So we do have a hurricane watch out for the Cape as well as Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, all the way down to Newport, New London, New Haven, and even portions of Long Island. In fact, a significant portion of Long Island under that hurricane watch. Tropical storm watches out as well for some areas in the Long Island Sound. So we do have a storm surge watch in effect. I think what we're going to look for the highest storm surge will be areas towards the Cape where we could see 3 to 5 feet of water, that seawater, move onto normally dry ground. So a lot of factors that we're watching here, not only the motion of this as it slows down, but we also have some super saturated soil in this area as we just got done with the remnants of Fred yesterday. And then right behind that, here comes tropical storm, soon to be Hurricane Henri. So we do want to get over to Chris Warren because this is an interesting storm in a lot of regards. And one of the most interesting things about it is how it's being steered directly towards New England.
Yeah, and it wasn't looking that way just a few days ago, but a lot of where storms end up has to do with a lot of what's going on around these systems. And we can see it's where it formed and eventually now where it is, usually not the track you might expect. but that has a lot to do with what has been going on around this storm in terms of where we're seeing highs and we're seeing lows. So this is the forecast, first off, to show you that there's some pretty obvious steering that the models are picking up in the sense that we've got some dry spaghetti right here. When we look at the spaghetti models, when it's wet spaghetti, it's the forecast isn't real certain, right? So you've got these lines going all different places, but when they're all kind of lined up, think of this as dry spaghetti, and that's what we have here. A very, consistent with the initial forecast where it's going, and then of course, what matters the most, where does it end up? Is it going to go over here? Is it going to go over here? Because it's going to mean a big difference for millions of people here. And again, a big part of that is the steering. So we have what is a pretty consistent and stationary area of high pressure. It does weaken and strengthen. It meanders a little bit. And as it does, you can see the flow of this. It goes like this. Now, areas of high pressure like this, but then there's this right here. And where is this right now? Where is Henri? It's between the trough and it's near an area of high pressure. So you can kind of get the idea that it's going to continue on that path. And as both of these adjust, we can see a situation where you still have the high over here. But now as the jet stream and the upper disturbance get closer to Henri, that's going to have a little bit of say in where it ends up, perhaps helping to pull it a little bit farther to the west and onshore. So stronger disturbance will be pulled farther to the west. So we're going to see how strong this ends up. Another thing that we are watching to see if it will end up being stronger is the wind shear. And we're going to be losing that. So this is what you want. You want the wind shear to be able to tear apart these storms. Unfortunately, that's not what we're getting. We do have considerably favorable conditions for this to develop, which of course is unfavorable for final impacts. What is going in our favor, though, are these water temperatures. It's not just the surface of the water we know, of course, Molly, but it's also the depth of it that warm water fuels these storms. So it will be going into cooler water. Still pretty warm, but cool enough that hopefully we'll see, and we should see, some weakening. It will be gradual, so it does, again, matter how strong it is before it approaches land, because that ratchet down, it'll be ratcheting down from a 65 or from an 80 or 85 mile per hour storm. So what it's going to be before it gets into cooler waters, Molly will tell us a lot about what we may have when it comes on shore this weekend.
And certainly, Chris, as it moves over some of that cooler water, we could see it slow down just a little bit. That will certainly bring problems with the flooding. And these are parts of New England that are still soaked from the remnants of Fred. They're already bracing for another soggy blow from Tropical Storm Henri. More than 3 inches of rain fell yesterday in Worcester, Massachusetts. And Henri is expected to dump a lot of rain on communities already waterlogged by Fred's downpours. And it's not just Fred's downpours. It's been all summer long for New England, particularly the Boston area, all the way down to areas in Connecticut, which have just seen rainfall event after heavy rainfall event and just seemed relentless so far this summer. So this is the European model painting a picture where it brings a lot of the heavy rain across the Cape and into portions of Boston, where we see that stripe of 3 to 5 inches of rain. This is the American model, and this is a little bit farther to the west, bringing it right over Connecticut and over into western portions of Massachusetts. That's where we could see 5 to 8 inches of rain on top of all the rain that we've already seen so far this summer. So this is a very interesting graphic, and I think that it really tells a story, because this is the rain needed to flood in just 3 hours. You can see a lot of this is 2 to 3 inches of rain in just 3 hours. We will easily see that out of a slow-moving tropical system. So here is the American model, and just don't marry to the idea of exactly where this is headed, because we will see some changes, and just a change of a matter of a couple of miles can make a huge difference in who sees the biggest impacts. But you get the general idea of this bringing in tropical storm, potentially Hurricane Henri by the time we get to the second half of Sunday, slowing down. It puts on the brakes Sunday evening and then just kind of sits over the same areas for about 24 hours, bringing a lot of wind and a lot of water to many areas that are heavily forested. We already have a lot of trees that have been weakened by all of the rain that we've seen recently. We've got saturated soil. go, and there's just not really anywhere for the water to go. So we're extremely concerned about the flash flooding. That'll start tomorrow into Sunday morning for areas New Jersey, Washington, D.C., all the way up into upstate New York. But then as we get into Sunday, Monday morning, overnight, we're watching Henri start to move inland. That's when we see the flash flooding concerns very elevated for areas New Haven all the way to Boston and Providence as well. Chris?
And Molly, certainly a lot of people along the northeast coast are already weary, just tired from days of wet weather. And of course, likely watching Henri's approach with concern, as is, would be prudent. The stretch from really New Jersey all the way up to Maine and New Hampshire is something that you're going to have to watch, especially the coastal areas where surge is possible. Expecting to see water level rises across much of the northeast. Coastal areas could be as much as 5 feet in some locations. And again, this will have a lot to do, of course, with the timing, when it lines up with high tide or low tide, and where it is on the wind field side of things. So here's the likely arrival time of those tropical storm force winds. And this is going to be happening here in some cases in some places, again, depending on the track. But New Jersey, at some point overnight Saturday into Sunday morning. And then really Sunday is going to be the day when we see the worst of the weather for a lot of people. This is when landfall is likely, midday at some point for Henri to come on shore. We can look at the wind speed forecast and notice also what we've got going for us a little bit too is that the strongest winds, which is true with any tropical system, would be a lot closer to the center. Now you're going to have some strong winds out here, but the red, that 45 or even let's go 55 into the 60 plus, is really inside that donut, or the doughy part of the donut. It's right in there. So granted, that does cover parts of states here in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and parts of Massachusetts. And here's some of that weakening. But as it comes on shore, this is now 4 o'clock on Sunday, the day after tomorrow, there's going to be some pretty hefty, brisk, strong winds. Again, if this does strengthen even more, potentially damaging winds, we're going to have to watch branches, trees. Also, that, of course, means power outages, all a possibility. So that's the wind side of things. Coastal areas expecting to see at least some surge. And we just look at the coastline here. There's a lot to consider. Again, just the nature of it, where the water is going to be going up and into. It's going to be going up into these little nooks and crannies, these inlets, these the mouths of rivers, and the winds coming even in this direction. We could see soundside flooding in some locations. So this is going to be a very dynamic and variable situation, Molly. So surge of different levels, different heights can be expected from Cape May all the way up to the northern tip of Cape Cod, Molly.
Thanks, Chris. As Henri approaches, people in New England have got to be thinking about the scenes they saw almost exactly 1 year ago. You can hear the screams. That's when Isaias tore a path through the Northeast and tore down thousands of trees in the process. First, the storm saturated the ground with pounding rain. Then it delivered a second blow, knocking down those weakened trees and wet roots with really strong winds. Of course, that's our fear because we already have the saturated soil in place. As we look back to some of the storms that we've seen in recent history in the New England area, of course, there's Isaias just last year, around this time, actually, that this moved through. A lot of those, though, in recent history are actually tropical storms, Sandy being the exception, being a post-tropical system as it moved in. But as we look back towards the historical hurricanes, the most recent hurricane we've seen in this area was 30 years ago. That was Bob, Hurricane Bob, that moved and made landfall in Rhode Island and caused quite the mess in New England. So it's been quite some time since we've seen a landfalling hurricane in this area, and certainly that is one of the potential options that we're watching, that this does indeed strengthen to a hurricane prior to making landfall in New England, and that would cause a whole host of problems in addition to wind as well as surge and, of course, the torrential rainfall. Chris?
And as Henri sets its sights on New England, falling trees are going to be a major concern because, as we know, the ground is extremely wet. It's saturated from the remnants of Fred. We've already seen a lot of rain in the past few days, and combine that with the strong winds, Henri is expected to pack, and the risk of trees coming down goes up. Not just branches, but possibly being uprooted as well. So some of the warning signs, of course, when I talk about trees coming down, can really help you determine how much of you are at risk as we look at the soil moisture we're seeing. And it's in the green in a lot of areas, which means it is very wet. So again, it is very important if you live in any of these areas here in the Northeast where it has been very wet and where some strong winds are expected. It's very important to know the signs that could mean you're in trouble. Meteorologist Mark Elliott takes a closer look at just that threat.
They're a persistent and all too often deadly threat when severe weather hits: falling trees. The older and taller the tree, the more susceptible it is to snapping or uprooting. Like the sail on a ship, the bigger and higher the top or crown, the more wind it catches. And the spread and depth of a tree's root system are also huge factors, along with the amount of soil saturation. All of that comes into play when a storm hits and creates, in forestry terms, what's known as wind throw. See, the tree turns into a lever or a seesaw, and the wind creates enough force at the top of the tree and enough torque down at the roots to knock those roots out and topple the tree right over. For example, a tree of moderate thickness and 50-mile-per-hour winds can generate almost 1,000 pounds of force. In 90-mile-per-hour winds, that force triples to about 3,000 pounds. Making matters worse is the impact of urban development. About 1 in 3 homes in the U.S. are within or adjacent to naturally vegetated areas. When that land is cleared for housing, roots can be cut or damaged, leading to infection. On top of that, the remaining trees are often left more exposed to wind. So what are the warning signs to look for before the next storm hits? Look for cracks, especially at the base of larger branches or any V-shaped forks in the trunk itself. Inspect the crown and foliage for signs of tree health, and if there are fungi present near the base, that could be a sign of possible wood decay. Bottom line, hire a licensed arborist to inspect any trees that cause concern before they become a deadly hazard.
Are you using Liberty Mutual's coverage customizer tool? So you only pay for what you need. Sorry? Leo, you're an animal!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets. Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
Here's important information for anyone with an annuity or structured settlement. It's your right to sell all or part of your annuity payments for the cash you need now. Whether you need to make an important purchase, pay off debt, or build a business, call the pros at Peachtree today. We can help you get the cash you need. We're professionals at buying structured settlements.
Hi, I'm Maggie from Peachtree. We've been helping people for over 20 years. We can help you turn your settlement or annuity payments into the cash you need for a new car, housing, or to manage debt. Recently, I helped a customer get money for fertility treatments to start a family. It's your money, and you have the right to use it now.
Get your money faster by calling Peachtree now at 1-800-PEACHTREE. That's 1-800-PEACHTREE. Call today for a no-obligation quote and receive $25. Call now at 1-800-PEACHTREE or visit PeachtreeFinancial.com. Representatives are available now.
At Leaf Filter, we're on a never-ending journey to end gutter cleaning forever. Whoa! Way too dangerous, Bill. Say goodbye to that ladder. Way too clogged, Melissa. Those black gutters are causing serious damage to your home. Look at these cracks in your foundation. Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system, will keep you safe and protect your home. Leaf Filter's stainless micromesh screen fits over your existing gutters and is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
No more leaves or debris in your gutters for the life of your home. Schedule your free gutter inspection and estimate, just like Paul. With Leaf Filter's lifetime warranty, we guarantee you'll never have to clean those nasty gutters again. Everybody okay with that?
I should.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15% off your purchase.
We were going to stuff Reese's Cups with feathers, and then we were like, wait a minute, pretzels. Yeah, pretzels would be way better. Reese's, now stuffed with pretzels.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Dry eye symptoms keep driving you crazy? Inflammation in your eye might be to blame.
Let's kick Ken's ache and burn into gear.
Over-the-counter eye drops typically work by lubricating your eyes and may provide temporary relief.
Those drops will probably pass right by me.
Xiidra works differently, targeting inflammation that can cause dry eye disease.
What is that? Xiidra! No!
It can provide lasting relief. Xiidra is the only FDA-approved non-steroid treatment specifically for the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. 1 drop in each eye twice a day. Don't use if you're allergic to Xiidra. Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort, or blurred vision when applied to the eye, and unusual taste sensation. Don't touch container tip to your eye or any surface. After using Xiidra, wait 15 minutes before reinserting contacts.
Got any room in your eye?
Be proactive about managing your symptoms by talking to your doctor about twice daily Xiidra like I did.
I prefer you did it.
Xiidra. Not today, dry eye.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees with showers in the area. Today, cloudy with occasional rain showers. High 83. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. Whoa! It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone. Named the world's most accurate forecaster, the Weather Channel.
And a wet mess in Massachusetts this week as what was left of Fred did this. Brought a lot of rain to many locations, including Boston. Look at this. A ridiculous amount of rainfall, and in this case, sending recycling bins and other stuff down the streets that were absolutely flooded yesterday. Today, families there are trying to dry out and clean up ahead of what will be the next rainmaker, Henri. And it could bring tropical storm conditions as well to Boston and a whole heck of a lot of Massachusetts as well. So I want to show you what we are looking at as we are tracking this, what is now a tropical storm. And it is moving to the northwest. The key there, it's now moving to the northwest. It's on its way up in this direction. You can kind of get the sense if you look at where some of the taller and colder cloud tops are right there, you can really see that movement. And it also looks like it may be getting just a little bit larger in size. And again, moving to the northwest at 7 miles an hour, 65 mile per hour tropical storm. And the forecast does bring it up just to up to hurricane strength. Again, anything stronger than 74, so 75 right here would be a hurricane as it is offshore of New Jersey, New York, and New England, coming on shore as a strong tropical storm. Of course, Molly, a lot can change exactly where it goes and how strong it will be in a couple of days. So stay with us. That's the bottom line.
Thanks, Chris. And certainly today is the day to prepare. Well, when you see a cloud this ominous, you know it is a sign of wicked weather to come. Check out this massive cloud that covered the skies of Elbert County, Colorado. That's just to the south of Denver and just to the north of Colorado Springs. This was on Thursday during a round of severe storms. Things got pretty nasty in parts of the Centennial State, from 2-inch hail to more than 7 inches of rain in a few spots. As we look ahead to the rest of today and tonight, even more severe weather is possible as we track a new round of storms potentially headed your way. So let's talk about where it's raining right now, and that is in portions of Nebraska up into South Dakota, crossing the Missouri River right now, and as well as the I-90 corridor, where the storms are a little bit stronger at the moment. Not severe, but still pretty strong. That's from Fargo all the way up to Grand Forks, with the strongest weather pushing into Canada right now. But we will see a resurgence of these storms as we go into the afternoon hours. A couple of reasons why. This is the same system that we were tracking yesterday in portions of Colorado. Now it's moving into areas like South Dakota, as well as Minnesota, all the way down to Iowa and portions of Nebraska, at least eastern Nebraska, where we have energy just building for these storms. A lot of daytime heating, a lot of moisture for these storms to feed off of, and we could see once again a tornado threat. We saw 2 tornado reports yesterday, again from the same system, and today a torcon of 3, so 3 out of 10, not an enormous threat. This would be for isolated tornadoes, but it's certainly not 0. And I think where we could see, if you start to pop as this line forms, is on the trailing end of this line, so down towards southern portions of Nebraska, northeastern Kansas, portions of Missouri, as well as over into Iowa. And you'll see that as we push into the future here, you can see this line starts to form, and on the trailing end of that, that's where they stay a little bit isolated in the beginning, and then this giant line forms. When you see this happen, you have to think that we will see some damaging wind gusts out of this through the overnight hours, and as we typically do with summertime storms that form over the plains, that low-level wind can sustain these and sustain the strength through the overnight hours, and that certainly will lead to a big severe weather threat for many of these areas. Chris?
All right, Molly, I want to take a look now at Omaha, another one of the areas that we're going to be watching going into this weekend for some changing weather. And Omaha right now, it's hot, and winds at 25 miles an hour as well. But there, here we have another stormy day on the way. Fortunately, you get a break. Get a bit of a breather here before some of the stronger storms, which do bring at least the threat for tornadoes back here to this part of Nebraska and Iowa, with the storms arriving possibly by Sunday night. And you know what? Does it get much better than this? 81 degrees tomorrow with sunshine, and then it's going to heat up with increasing clouds and an increasing chance for thunderstorms late on Sunday. So here's North Platte. We have the Omaha and Council Bluffs in that part of the state, and as we go through the weekend, look at this, staying dry. How about that? From Kansas up to North Dakota Saturday, and then you can see kind of what's on the way a little bit farther to the west in Wyoming and Montana, and then eventually by early Sunday, parts of Nebraska will have some showers, but an increasing chance on the tail end of this system for storms to develop, if not erupt, during the day on Sunday. So here's the threat for some of the stronger storms across parts of Kansas and Nebraska, including Omaha on Sunday. Could see some severe weather.
It's so good to see you guys. Hon, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments?
Can I just call and go over my monthly prescription medications to see if I can save any money?
Yes, you could potentially save more than $1,000 per year on your prescription drugs. If you're not 100% sure about your Medicare benefits or want to see if you can save on prescription costs, call the Medicare helpline. The call is free. You could be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with no copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no as in zero.
How do we know that we're getting all the benefits that are available to us?
Millions of Americans may not have all of the benefits that are available to them right now. That's why calling to make sure your Medicare plan is updated for 2021 is so important. Call now to see if you are eligible to save money and get additional benefits. You don't get these automatically, so call and see if you're eligible. The call is free and there is no obligation to enroll. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to speak with a licensed insurance agent and see if you qualify for these additional benefits.
We are so glad that we called. We found out that we were eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with $0 monthly premiums and deductibles, plus no copay.
The Medicare helpline is open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting all of the benefits available to you. Just call 800-215-9245 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that may include additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-215-9245. That's 800-215-9245.
Let's go, Peloton! Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa and Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Thrive Cosmetics Brilliant Eye Brightener is your "of course I got 9 hours of sleep" secret. Available in a variety of shades. Use it as an eyeliner, eyeshadow, or below your brow for an instant eye lift. No wonder it's sold every 3 seconds. Join our movement today at thrivecosmetics.com.
Sweaty in bed for all the wrong reasons? Chic's Performance Sheets keep you cool, even on the hottest summer nights. Chic's are the world's most breathable, moisture-wicking, ridiculously soft sheets with superior stretch.
Go to trysheets.com to save over $100 today.
Fall together with Lowe's. Labor Day values now in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
If you are in Massachusetts right now, you've got to be concerned about this forecast because you still haven't had a chance to dry out from the absolute drenching you just got from Fred. And now here comes Henri. Car rides turned into water rides on Thursday when flash floods from Fred dropped as much as 3 inches of standing water on some streets. And Henri is expected to be another rainmaker. You're looking live now at Montauk, New York this afternoon, where a hurricane watch is in effect as we track the path of Henri. A particular concern is to people here in Long Island. It's the potential storm surge, which could send water as high as 4 feet above ground in surge-prone areas this weekend. And certainly a lot of surge concerns as well as a lot of water concerns. The Long Island Sound all the way up into the Nantucket Sound, portions of the Cape, just very vulnerable to some storm surge. We do have hurricane watches posted everywhere that you see in orange, and this watch is posted to give you time to prepare, and really the day to prepare is today. You'll have some time tomorrow as well, but we could see some of those outer tropical storm force winds starting to approach New England as early as late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, and trying to prepare when you're fighting some of those conditions, it's just not an ideal time frame. So there is tropical storm Henri. You can see moving to the northwest. Yesterday it was to the west, so now it's starting to make make that more northerly turn. Very impressive on satellite right now, where we're seeing some of that convection blooming in the center of this, though we could see the center of this still on the north side. So the center of Tropical Storm Henri not quite lining up with some of that strongest convection yet, but we will see this move over some incredibly warm water in the immediate future, and that could lead to some strengthening. What is working in our favor right now is that we have some relatively cooler water just to the south of New England, and that could put the brakes on the intensity just a little bit as it starts to approach making landfall on the second half of Sunday. So that certainly would be ideal. There's not a lot of conditions right now, Chris, working against this. So we like to see that there is a little bit of cooler water, at least in the path, that could provide just a small decrease in the intensity.
Yeah, and after what we saw yesterday, you can imagine people across New England today hopefully watching the forecast very closely, as you got a bit of a breather here, even a bit of blue sky in New London, Connecticut right here after getting doused with some very heavy rain. Could see more of the same for many areas, including some of the major metro areas that got hit by the remnants of Fred. Now here comes Henri, the storm. It is expected to strengthen into a hurricane before it does come into this part of the Northeast, and it could drop as much as 2 inches of rain in Boston and perhaps maybe up to 5 in some other locations like Connecticut. So it's going to mean the potential is there. It's possible there will be some dangerous and or destructive flash flooding. So a lot still to learn with this. And we did learn with Fred as it moved, especially up into North Carolina, there was some destructive flooding. So even as a tropical storm, where this could be a strong tropical storm at landfall or even still a hurricane, that remains to be seen. But flooding is a huge concern, of course, with any tropical entity, including this one. Here are some pockets where the European forecast model is showing that 3 to 5 inch range of rainfall. But also, even though it's offshore, you get an idea that it's possible, the model picking up that it's possible we could see even more than that in some areas. And that's what the American model, the US GFS model, is showing right through central Connecticut into western Mass here. It does show a much bigger area of that 5+ inch range of rainfall, and that would be some serious bad news, Molly. So be ready for the potential of some flash flooding, and that goes just through Sunday morning, and then that would expand Sunday into Monday as well.
And it just seems like, Chris, that areas of New England just cannot catch a break this summer. It's been heavy rainfall event after heavy rainfall event, and here comes one right after the one that we just saw yesterday with the remnants of Fred. So, of course, the water is a concern, but also the wind and the waves and the surge. So let's talk about that for a second, because we do have a storm surge watch out for the Long Island Sound, areas of Fire Island, Long Island, stretching up into Buzzards Bay, Nantucket, as well as Martha's Vineyard, and then up into the Cape Cod area. That's where we could see some significant storm surge, 3 to 5 feet of water pouring onto normally dry ground. Long Island looking at 2 to 4 feet, and then even down into coastal New Jersey, from Cape May all the way up to New York. That's where we could see anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. So a lot to watch out for. Even though New Jersey, you're not looking at like a direct landfall from this system, you're still going to feel some impacts moving your direction, as well as the rip currents will be pretty intense as this passes by. So we could see those tropical storm force winds moving in again as early as late Saturday night into very early Sunday morning, and that would cause preparations to be pretty rough. So today really is the day to prepare, as well as Saturday for Henri.
I was born the 4th of July, grew some wings and learned to fly. Got a wind on my back just like I like. I said simplify, simplify. Don't know where to go.
Ready to simplify life with diabetes? Get started today with a free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial. Go to omnipod.com/free for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplify life. Omnipod.
It's time for the biggest sale of the year on the new Sleep Number 360 smart bed. It helps keep you effortlessly comfortable by sensing your movements and automatically responding to both of you. And it's temperature balancing to help you stay comfortable all night. It even tracks your circadian rhythm so you know when you're at your best. In other words, it's the most energy-building, wellness-boosting, parent-powering, proven quality night's sleep we've ever made. Save 50% on the new Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus 0% interest for 24 months and free premium delivery. Ends Monday.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where styles evolve and it's fun to try something new. Life where storage is in short supply and batteries run down and get charged up again. Washable, changeable, and guaranteed for life. Experience Sactionals at a Lovesac showroom near you.
Hi, Phil Swift here. When you need maximum coverage and sealing power, take it to the max with FlexMax. Your favorite Flex Seal products are now giant sized. For maximum coverage and sealing power, take it to the max with FlexMax.
K-12 knows this year's been a challenge. Nevertheless, our tuition-free and personalized approach to online learning allowed students to learn from the safety of home on your terms. K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss by age 35. Kinda scary. That's why I use Keeps. Keeps offers clinically proven treatments. And the sooner you start, the more hair you can keep. Get started for $1 a day at Keeps.com.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. We're at the ballpark, across the nation, and just down the street. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
So we got pregnant with our daughter in 2016. Then we kind of realized that we needed a regular babysitter.
At Care.com, you can find a babysitter or nanny who's just right for you. Join now, Care.com.
Thrive Cosmetics Brilliant Eye Brightener is your "Of course I got 9 hours of sleep" secret. Available in a variety of shades. Use it as an eyeliner, eyeshadow, or below your brow for an instant eye lift. No wonder it's sold every 3 seconds. Join our movement today at thrivecosmetics.com.
I got a good feeling. Feel it in my bones, gotta shake it out. I'm going harder than before, let me hear you shout. Oh no, I'm the talk of the town. I know you're feeling it now.
Transitions, light under control.
Parts of New England getting ready for more tropical downpours this weekend after this scene yesterday in Hartford, Connecticut. Fred bringing rain to many areas in New England, including Hartford yesterday. You can see here the flooded streets and neighborhoods, and saw 3.46 inches of rain yesterday, almost 3.5 inches here. Henri is expected to bring a lot of rain as well. So could we see more scenes like this? Yes. For some of the exact same areas? Yes, it's possible with the amount of rain that's expected here. Now, as we go through the next couple of days, we're going to figure out exactly where it's going to end up in terms of where it's going to make landfall. But flooding is going to be one of the huge concerns here. So over the past 2 days, you can see there's that swath of rain here from central Connecticut into south central Massachusetts and even into the Boston area where we saw some serious problems. Here's the flash flood threat for Sunday into Monday morning. So this would include landfall and a little bit after here and as it moves north through New England. It's possible we're going to see flash flooding, and that possibility could become a likelihood once things get going. So make sure you stay here with us all weekend long, day and night at the Weather Channel. We'll walk you through the latest watches and warnings because there will be more watches and warnings, both on the tropical storm and hurricane side of things, but also on the severe side if that happens, and the flash flood threat, which does look like a real possibility, Molly.
Well, Chris, we saw some flooding in Georgia yesterday. A Georgia daycare is closed today after flooding forced fire crews to save 27 children and 4 staff members. This happened in Austell in the Atlanta area yesterday. You can see the firefighters just wading through knee-deep water in the parking lot outside. Storms dropped nearly 3 inches in a matter of hours in the hardest hit neighborhoods in metro Atlanta. And parts of the Carolinas still trying to dry out from Fred. 2 people are dead after high waters swept through Haywood County, North Carolina, just west of Asheville. Haywood County Emergency Services now saying 7 people remain missing at this time. Meanwhile, Henri is sending dangerous swells towards the Carolina coast. So if you're in the Carolina coast right now, either South Carolina up into the Outer Banks of North Carolina, you're thinking that Henri looks uncomfortably close right now. You won't see many direct impacts from Henri, but something that you will see today is rip currents. And that includes, you can see Henri, it's down here, that's pushing some onshore flow into areas like the Outer Banks, all the way up into coastal Virginia, even all the way down into portions of South Carolina. That's making it very dangerous to get into the water today. If you do have plans that take you out into the coast and some of the beaches, just check in with the lifeguard before you get in the water, and they can tell you either don't get in, or they can tell you some of the safest spots to swim. So there is Henri right now swirling on satellite. You can see just how uncomfortably close in South Carolina as well as North Carolina. Again, we will not see any direct impacts. This is going to move just past the Carolinas before making more of that westerly turn right into New England. We will see another stormy day for a lot of the south and the southeast. A lot of showers, some slow-moving showers and some thunderstorms, just like what we saw yesterday. So you can expect that we will see some flash flooding as these summer downpours just add up with the rainfall so quickly. And a lot of the areas in the southeast, they're just saturated right now. They really can't take that much more water. That includes areas Mississippi all the way to Atlanta. But look at this system diving across Tennessee very early tomorrow morning through the Nashville area, potentially bringing some very heavy rain to northern Alabama, even the Atlanta area, as we go throughout the first half of Saturday into the first half of the afternoon of Saturday, before moving into areas like Montgomery. And that's where we will see, again, some additional rainfall, some pop-up showers as well as we go throughout the day on Saturday. It's summertime. It's August. We expect this in the southeast, but we've just seen so much lately that it's adding to the flash flooding issue that we've seen in many areas. So 1 to 2 inches of rain widespread for a lot of these areas, but we will likely see some locally higher amounts as we see training of thunderstorms and some stronger storms move through the same areas. Chris?
All right, Molly, now we want to go to the Midwest and look at Chicago. It's hot right now. Feels like 87. Thermometer reading 84. So that sunshine, a toasty one here at the moment, and stormy weather will return. So enjoy what you got while you got it, as the August thunderstorm train is firing up once again and chugging on down the tracks. This is the setup, what's going on right now with rain and thunderstorms. And notice where a lot of these thunderstorms are. They're either with a front or they are within an area where there's a lot of instability. There's a lot of heat and moisture that once it starts to rise into a cooler atmosphere, it's like the fuel for these storms. It's like rocket fuel. It gets that air really cruising and continuing to cruise up into an area where you get these huge storms that are going to develop up into the atmosphere. And some of these storms likely to rotate. And it's these rotating storms that can produce tornadoes. And our exclusive Torcon here at the Weather Channel 2 and a 3 for a huge portion of the Midwest and the Plain States. Thunderstorms continuing along the path we're watching right now, possibly lining out in some areas by 8 o'clock this evening, getting through Des Moines after sunset tonight, and then marching into Wisconsin and Illinois for Saturday morning. Stay with the Weather Channel. We have you covered, severe and tropical.
When you first met K-12, you were one of a million students who chose public school at home. Ready for new challenges.
Welcome. How are you today?
And tackling some you'd already set for yourself. Here, you were someone, and you could become anyone. K-12's commitment was to help you get where you want to be. Congratulations, graduates. K-12, tuition-free schools. They may not be for everyone, but they're here for anyone. Education for anyone.
So many people are overweight now and asking themselves, why can't I lose weight? For most, the reason is insulin resistance, and they don't even know they have it. Conventional starvation diets don't address insulin resistance. That's why they don't work. Now there's Release from Golo. It naturally helps reverse insulin resistance, stops sugar cravings, and releases stubborn fat, all while controlling stress and emotional eating. At last, a diet pill that actually works. Go to Golo.com to get yours.
Sweaty in bed for all the wrong reasons? Chic's Performance Sheets keep you cool, even on the hottest summer nights. Chic's are the world's most breathable, moisture-wicking, ridiculously soft sheets with superior stretch.
Go to TrySheets.com to save over $100 today.
I was at home, and I get this call from Ring. My fire alarm in our cottage was going off. Ring Alarm had the fire department on the way before we even could dial 911. My name is Kevin, and Ring Alarm helped save our family cottage.
Learn more at ring.com.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
Get the security and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and owning a generator is easier than ever. Act now, and you can purchase and install a Generac home standby generator for as little as $99 a month with no down payment. You will also receive a free 7-year warranty valued at $695. Hurry, this offer ends September 12th. Call or go online.
You're watching golf videos now.
Oh, in fact, I am, yeah, because I switched to Spectrum Mobile, so I get 5G nationwide, including here.
You think a golf video is going to help with what you're doing?
Oh, no, it's not just a video. I saved a bunch of money when I switched, so I hired a swing coach. Say hi to Brett.
Hey. Well, you tell Brett you just shot a 12 on the last hole.
Who's counting?
Everybody. That's the whole point of golf. Counting.
Brett did tell me that.
Switch to Spectrum Mobile and save, and get 5G nationwide included in every plan. It's a better way to mobile. It's Spectrum Mobile.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S., and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-500-2063. That's 1-800-500-2063. Or go to mesobook.com.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, cloudy with occasional rain showers. High 83. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This is Weather Center Live, and this is a 5-way intersection here in Martha's Vineyard, Vineyard Haven, Massachusetts. The island here is going to be, I think, getting clobbered by some very strong winds, and these skies are going to look a lot different. This intersection is going to look a lot different as early as late tomorrow and definitely on Sunday, as we're going to see the winds whipping around and some very heavy rain here as Henri heads to the north. They're breaking information right now on Tropical Storm Henri. The 2 o'clock Eastern update is in. Quite often it does come in a little bit before 2 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center, and that's the case this time. And the update here is this is now a stronger storm. The area of low pressure, the millibars have come down, so lowering millibars. So it's 996, now 994. Means an increase in winds. It shows that it's getting stronger, right? So that's the trend, getting stronger. Now up to a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm. The next stop would be 75, and if that happens, would be a hurricane. So that is a possibility, and of course it can be stronger or weaker in the future. We have to see how things play out. There's a little bit going for development, a little bit going against, but 70 mile per hour and getting up to a hurricane is the forecast. That is expected at this point. Here's all the lightning as well, so you can kind of see just the development, just the almost explosion of clouds, and then just fans out, and the storm sort of is able to breathe, if you will, and to continue. So I like to think of hurricanes and tropical systems as engines of a car. So you have a lot of individual parts, individual thunderstorms. Eventually they all come together and they work essentially as a unit, as an engine. And what you're seeing up here would be like the exhaust of that engine. So instead of being some random individual thunderstorms, it starts to work as a unit, and this is going to continue. We're going to have a little bit of wind shear, which works against the storms, and then more room for development and strengthening. And we know that with the strong winds, power can go out. And when power is out after a tropical storm or a hurricane, many businesses and homeowners rely on backup generators. And while generators are useful, they also include hidden dangers. Here's home improvement expert Danny Lipford with what you need to know before operating one.
I'm Danny Lipford from Today's Homeowner. A portable generator can be a lifesaver when the power goes out after a storm, but only if it's working properly. Check your oil, fill it with fresh gas, and test run it to make sure that it's ready when you need it. When you use a portable generator, it's important to protect your family from carbon monoxide in the engine's exhaust. Carbon monoxide is invisible, odorless, and very deadly, so never run a generator inside or in a partially enclosed space. Only operate them outdoors with plenty of ventilation away from windows, doors, or crawl spaces. When it's time to refuel your generator, make sure you shut it off and let it cool down a bit before refilling the tank. Spilled fuel on a hot engine can cause a fire or explosion. Never connect a portable generator directly to your home's wiring because the voltage can backfeed onto power lines, possibly injuring utility workers or your neighbors. Instead, use heavy-duty extension cords to connect individual lights or appliances to the generator, and be sure they're unplugged when you start or stop it. Also, be sure any extension cord connections are protected from rain or any standing water. Remember, the first priority in a storm situation is keeping yourself and your family nice and safe.
Is slowly coming into Haiti after a deadly earthquake. Badly constructed roads are hampering efforts. The quake is responsible for killing at least 2,100 people. Grace didn't help matters, bringing tropical downpours shortly thereafter, causing mudslides. The storm has since struck Mexico as a hurricane in the Yucatan Peninsula and is now gearing up for a second landfall later tonight. And we actually have the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Grace, and the wind speeds are up just a little bit. It's up to 90 miles per hour, making it a pretty formidable Category 1 hurricane as it strengthens across the Bay of Campeche, potentially making landfall between Poza Rica all the way down to Veracruz, and it is moving to the west at about 10 miles per hour. So there are hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings in this area. Again, we could see that landfall happen in the next 24 hours, potentially later tonight, as it continues to gain strength. Look at that, up to about 105 miles per hour later this evening. So there's a lot of warm water. There's a lot of conducive conditions in this area for this hurricane to continue to strengthen. And of course, always with tropical landfalling systems, we're very concerned about the rainfall and potentially some mudslides and landslides and the flooding that will continue inland. 5 to 8 inches of rain, but we could see some locally higher amounts, and also an additional area to watch in the middle of the Atlantic that has about a 20% chance. This is a wave coming off the coast of Africa.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Hey. Plus the players of my squad. Hey. What's up? Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless that gets better with friends.
Attention, everyone on Medicare. If you're over 65, you've seen many things over the years. But this year's COVID-19 virus has taken a toll. That's why calling to make sure your Medicare plan is updated for 2021 is so important. Everyone eligible for Medicare is encouraged to call 800-909-4453 now for your free, no-obligation 2021 Medicare benefits review.
Hi, I'm Danny Glover with an important message for anyone on Medicare. Many of you may qualify to save money or receive additional Medicare-approved benefits at no additional cost. But listen, you don't get these savings or additional benefits automatically.
Millions of Americans may not have all of the Medicare benefits that are available to them right now. If you're not sure if you are eligible, just call the number on your screen now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. With all of the news about the virus and vaccines, it's comforting to know your Medicare benefits are there for you. To make sure you're not missing out on other available Medicare-approved benefits, call the number on the screen right now.
They can see if you're eligible for new benefits like free eyeglasses, prescription drugs, at-home telehealth visits, and over-the-counter allowances. You may be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Call for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review to make sure you're getting all the benefits you deserve.
Call the number on your screen now for your 2021 Medicare benefits review. You may be able to save money and receive additional benefits. Call now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-909-4453. That's 800-909-4453. 800-909-4453.
Family fitter, bath fitter. Style fitter, bath fitter. You fitter, bath fitter. We install beautiful tubs that fit perfectly over your old one with no mess or demo. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. It just fits. Bath Fitter. Bath Fitter is hiring installers. We're a growing company with a strong culture and great benefits. Find out where you fit at joinbathfitter.com.
Let's go, Peloton! Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa and Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
A busy day going into the weekend. Storms firing up across the country, including the South. This time-lapse video of storms pushed into Birmingham, Alabama yesterday. Storms dropped about an inch of rain here. We'll show you the areas where there's a growing tornado threat heading into tonight.
Meanwhile, New England bracing for more tropical threats with Henri on the horizon. Fred's leftovers left quite a mess in Hartford, Connecticut. 3.46 inches of rain fell here just yesterday. And here's the latest path for Henri as it will continue to make that northwesterly turn and then eventually more to the west, bringing it right into New England. So there are a couple of areas where we have hurricane watches already in effect, as well as some tropical storm watches. Today is really the day to prepare.
And now let's take a live look here at Fire Island, New York, where see some waves crashing ashore, and we're likely to see some very large waves, very rough and dangerous surf here this weekend. A storm surge watch in effect here as well. Enjoy a little bit of the lull time and be ready for whatever is going to come next, including you in Boston after getting a soaking from Fred. Boston also in the cone of Henri, so in the path of the storm, and there will likely be some stormy times on the way. Flash flood threat will be with us once again, and Molly has a closer look at what Henri is doing right now and the latest, Molly.
Oh, Chris, we have the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and that shows that Henri, the wind speeds are up just a little bit, so up to 70 miles per hour. That's just 4 miles per hour shy of hurricane status. And you'll notice the track of this. You can follow this. It's starting to make that more northerly turn, where the direction right now is to the north-northwest at 6 miles per hour. So not moving very fast right now, but it is about to move over some incredibly warm water that will lend to some strengthening. So as we go through the day on Saturday, we potentially see this up to 80 miles per hour. What we could see that will work in our favor is some relatively cooler water just to the south of New England that will put the brakes on the intensity just a little bit. But zooming into New England, we're looking at a potential landfall in the second half of Sunday, with the impacts continuing well throughout the time frame of Monday as this slows down. And anytime you see a tropical landfalling system slow down, like what we're looking at with Tropical Storm Henri, and that means a lot of water, potentially some flash flooding, and likely some flash flooding because this area is just super saturated. We just got done with the remnants of Fred, and then here comes Henri. So here are the hurricane watches out for Cape Cod, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, all the way down to Newport, the Long Island Sound, portions of Long Island, in fact, most of Long Island, as well as Fire Island, up to New Haven, New London, all under that hurricane watch. And these watches are issued for your benefit so that you have time to prepare. And really, the day to prepare is today. You'll have some time tomorrow as well, but we could see those tropical storm force winds moving in as early as late Saturday, early Sunday morning. And so really the time to prepare, that window is closing very shortly here as we are watching this approach New England. So Chris, I think one of the more interesting things about this storm is, one, it's been a really long time since we've seen a landfalling hurricane in New England, but also just some of the steering currents. I mean, it's just coming together that we see this move exactly through the channel it has to move into New England.
Yeah, it originally looked like it was going to kind of zip around Bermuda and be gone, but the surrounding environment has had something to say about it. So a couple of the big questions, of course, where's it going and how strong is it going to be when it gets there? So let's take a look at that, starting off with some of the forecast models. So if any one of these models ends up being correct, then the range, and it's pretty close to the cone too, then the range could be a storm right here or a storm right here. And that would mean the worst of the weather either coming in like this and right with it or over here. So we're talking millions of people in the path, regardless of how this unfolds. Somebody's going to get, or a lot of people are going to get some pretty nasty weather here. So by this weekend, as we see this dip in the jet stream, it looks like a more of a likelihood that this is going to help draw the storm, or likely the hurricane, closer to the coast. And it's likely to be a strong tropical storm, and even possibly a hurricane at landfall. We'll get to the exact forecast here in a moment. But some of the other factors going into the strength, of course, will be wind shear. So the wind shear winds going in different directions, different levels of the atmosphere, or at different speeds. And I think one of the ironies with these, what can be violent storms, is they need a relatively calm environment to really grow and blossom. But when you have the wind shear, like you see a lot right here with the trough, and over here, not a lot, but some, it can kind of tear apart the storms, make it a very rough road for the storm to go, and kind of just shakes it apart a little bit. Not exactly, but kind of just tears it apart, makes it difficult for them to form. Also, what is very conducive for storms is this very warm water. That's a big reason why it's expected to get even stronger, to become Hurricane Henri. But then this, not quite as warm, and even into the cool category, those areas, meaning it's more likely to weaken in intensity. So the longer it spends over the relatively cooler water, the more likely it will be a slightly weaker storm. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a fast weakening. It's going to be gradual weakening over the cooler waters as it gets closer to landfall. So again, here's the cone of uncertainty. This essentially right here, the forecast, but based on history, the forecast has been wrong by this much, and about a third of the time, the storm goes outside of the cone. So still from Cape Cod to New Jersey, pay attention. This storm could be heading your way.
Well, parts of New England still soaked by the remnants of Fred are already bracing for another soggy blow from Tropical Storm Henri. More than 3 inches of rain fell yesterday in Worcester, Massachusetts. Henri is expected to dump a lot of rain on communities already waterlogged by Fred's downpours. So certainly the motion of this storm, as we're predicting that it will slow down as it approaches making landfall and then continue to slow down once it moves inland, that poses a big threat for some flash flooding. So I want to show you two different models here, the European model as well as the American model, as far as the rainfall that each model is projecting. So this is the European model, and it paints a wetter picture over areas like Boston, all the way down into Martha's Vineyard, where we could see 3 to 5 inches of rain. But I want to show you the American model, and if you were with us last hour, you'll notice that there has been a big push to the west with this particular run of the American model, and we will see that. We will see some of the heavier stripes of rainfall being painted by the models that go back and forth. It really just depends on exactly where this makes landfall, and at this point, we just don't know that, but we are predicting that it's going to be in New England. As we get closer, we'll be able to kind of highlight the areas that we're expecting to some of those bands to move on shore that will provide some of the very heavy rainfall. This graphic shows the rain needed to flood in 3 hours. And typically when you see these green colors, it means some lower amounts. But in this case, we're talking anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain in just 3 hours to cause some flooding in New England. And that's just not a lot when you're talking about tropical systems. They can drop that in a matter of an hour to 2 hours. And many of these areas, especially when you see those stronger bands, move on shore. So this is the American model. Now, don't get married exactly to where this is making landfall, because this certainly will change, but it brings a pretty formidable system right into areas of Long Island, as well as Connecticut, over into Rhode Island and Cape Cod, potentially seeing some pretty big impacts from the storm. And then it slows down, and that poses a big rainfall threat as it continues into areas like Vermont and New Hampshire, and even up into coastal Maine, also looking at a heavy rainfall threat as we extend to the first part of the week. So a lot to watch, especially with the impacts of Henri, but I'm most concerned at this point about the flash flooding, just because it has been an extremely wet summer for a lot of these areas, and a lot of people trying to squeeze in their last-minute summer plans. I know the New Haven Public Schools doesn't go back until August 30th, so this might be your last couple weekends of summer that you're trying to get out and make some plans, but it's just not going to be a great weekend as we're watching approaching Henri and the flash flooding Sunday into Monday morning. Chris?
And Molly, people along the northeast coast, you can imagine already rather weary after what happened just the past couple of days. Some very wet weather, especially the extra moisture that came from Fred. And now Henri posing a serious concern from New Jersey all the way to Massachusetts, including Rhode Island, where there could be some heavy rain and some surge. Still exactly where it's going to be worked out, but the potential is there. Some areas could see 5 inches of rain. Some areas could see 5 feet of storm surge. So going to get the potential for flooding from inland and from the coast as well. So let's take a look now at the wind and the waves and the likely arrival time of winds that you're not going to want to be out working in, getting your final preparations done. So you're going to want to have everything done well before this, because by Sunday morning, you're going to be in it for a huge portion of the Northeast. And that's when you're going to see coastal areas at 8 o'clock in the morning, roughly, with tropical storm force winds. Now, it won't be the whole extent of the coast, but exactly where, again, where it makes landfall is going to be, still needs to be worked out. But, you know, somewhere in here looks like the prime candidate, but we can't rule out over here yet. That's just something that will reveal itself in the next 24 and definitely the next 36 hours. So by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, we're going to have a really good idea of where this is going and how strong it's going to be. Now, it's likely to get up to hurricane strength, and then how strong of a hurricane, of course, will depend, once it gets over the cooler waters, how much it ratchets down to, you know, a slightly weaker but still formidable storm by Sunday morning. When well ahead of the storm, the waves are going to start picking up. It's going to be dangerous to be in the water. But then the surge, the possible heavy rain flood threat is going to be with us, and the wind as well. So several hours, perhaps parts of Long Island will be in this, portions, especially coastal Connecticut and Rhode Island, will be in this, getting the brunt of what Henri is going to bring. At least, again, that is the existing forecast. But we've been watching the forecast change throughout the whole week. We went from, good thing this is heading out of here, to, it's heading into land. And that looks more like the real possibility here. Just how far to the west does it end up, or do we start to see it go back to the east? Regardless, storm surge watches in effect for these coastal areas, and we could see potentially on the low end 1 to 3 foot rises, on the higher end up to 5 feet, Molly. So still a lot needs to be worked out, but be ready for it all.
Well, as Henri approaches people in New England, you've got to be thinking about the scenes that you saw almost exactly 1 year ago. You can hear the screams. That's when Isaias tore a path through the Northeast and tore down thousands of trees in the process. First, the storm saturated the ground with pounding rain, and then it delivered the second blow, knocking down those weakened trees and wet roots with strong winds. And of course, that is a fear as we're looking at Henri approaching New England. A lot of very tall, beautiful tree canopies in this area, but we've seen a lot of recent rainfall, so we do have some saturated ground and some weakened roots and some stronger winds on the horizon. Let's look back at some of the recent impactful storms in New England. Of course, we have Isaias, which we just saw video from, that happened about this time last year. And then in recent time frame, we're talking about Faye as well as Sandy back in 2012. That was post-tropical as it made landfall. But we want to switch over to where we saw some hurricanes and when we saw some hurricanes making landfall in New England. The most recent one, and I think this is important and very interesting, is it was 30 years ago. It was Hurricane Bob that made landfall in Rhode Island. That was 30 years ago, and actually the anniversary of that was yesterday. So we have seen hurricanes in New England. It has just been a really long time since we've seen that level of tropical systems directly make landfall. Certainly you felt impacts from others passing through, and most recently we felt the impacts of the remnants of Fred, and that happened just yesterday. But Chris, here we go. We have Henri on the horizon, and with those two together, flash flooding concerns are very high.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, a lot of people out on Long Island as well, a lot of vacationers. And as Molly mentioned, a lot of people still out of school. So hoping for fun times, unfortunately, likely to get some stormy times, and that means, of course, the potential for some dangerous times. So 70 mile per hour, that's new as of the 2 o'clock advisory, up in strength, which means often, and in this case is the case, down in pressure, down to 994 millibars, and that's the relationship. As the pressure drops, the winds go up. So that's an intensifying storm. So we'll watch and see how strong it gets as it moves to the north. Again, we're talking about possible landfall, more likely expected landfall now, really, for the Northeast and New England. And look where it is right now. It's almost due east of Jacksonville, Florida. So we got to go all the way up the eastern seaboard, and there's going to be favorable conditions for development. So we'll see. I'm very interested to see tomorrow morning how strong this storm is going to be as it continues its expected track up to the north and then eventually into the northeast. By Sunday morning, we're going to be in it, I think. Even some areas, especially coastal areas, you're going to notice the surf going up, but parts of New Jersey. Again, the possible track for this, the forecast is right here, but this is the error cone. So based on history, we've seen the storms go anywhere in here, and a third of the time, it goes outside of the cone. So the center could still go like this. And there's still a chance the center still goes like this. So from Cape Cod to New Jersey, you need to pay attention to the forecast as these watches and are likely to change into warnings for some areas. They're hurricane watches, tropical storm watches, likely to expand, possibly in coverage, and even in northern extent as well. Can't rule that out. So stay with the Weather Channel, and you can download our app on your TV. Our coverage is also available on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV.
When you order carryout, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
What's so extreme about the DQ Reese's Extreme Blizzard? How about all the Reese's you could dream of, with Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Reese's Pieces, Peanut Butter Topping, and Chocolatey Topping, all in world-famous DQ soft serve. Woo, what a rush. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
It can be easy to steal your identity. Now, it can be just as easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Go to LifeLock.com.
At home with Robert, retired burglar and family man.
Setting up Simply Safe is so easy. You could do it blindfolded. But I wouldn't recommend it. Anyone can do it in less than 30 minutes.
Welcome to Simply Safe.
No tools or wiring needed, and voice prompts guide you.
Motion sensor detected.
Well, that was easy.
I was born on the 4th of July. Grew some wings and learned to fly. Got a wind on my back just like I like. I said simplify.
Ready to simplify life with diabetes? Omnipod Dash users pay on average under $50 a month through a pharmacy. Get started with a free 30-day trial. Go to omnipod.com/free for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplify life. Omnipod.
Only 9% of plastic is recycled, no matter how much we put in our recycling bins. And up to 24 billion pounds of it enters the ocean every year. Groveco plastic-free household cleaners are designed to keep your home clean and solve the single-use plastic problem. Sustainably powerful for a healthy home and planet. Choose your free starter set today.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where styles evolve and it's fun to try something new. Life where storage is in short supply and batteries run down and get charged up again. Washable, changeable, and guaranteed for life. Experience Sactionals at a Lovesac showroom near you.
The fact that this Reese's ad showed up at this exact moment proves that your devices are listening to your stomach.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just any.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance. And chances are, SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy, a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-289-6041 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, cloudy, slight chance of a rain shower. High 83. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Evacuate immediately. Oh
most accurate forecaster, the Weather Channel.
And on the Weather Channel right now, looking at a wet mess in Massachusetts after Fred left a whole lot of rain to drain through the city streets here in Boston. Residents left only to watch their recycling bins going for a bit of a ride in the water as the streets filled up with too much rain too fast. Today, families there trying to dry out the best you can ahead of what is the next rainmaker, Henri. And it, too, could bring some very heavy tropical rain to the Northeast. Tropical storm conditions possible for parts of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey. Possibly all. Can't rule that out here. As we look at the very latest, as of the 2 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center here on the Weather Channel, as we're tracking Henri. 70 mile per hour, so we're just a few miles away. The next one, if you get stronger than 74, it's going to be a hurricane, and so we're getting close to that. The trend has been a stronger storm, the pressure down to 994 millibars. Moving to the north-northwest, so keeping that trek and that track going more of a northerly track eventually by late Saturday going into Sunday, when it's expected to be a hurricane. Again, just making it up to getting the name of a hurricane, becoming a hurricane by Sunday morning, likely overnight Saturday, maybe earlier. And again, the earlier, Molly, it becomes a hurricane, the more likely it has a better chance of staying stronger as it gets to land.
Well, the time to prepare is now. When you see a cloud this ominous, you know it's a sign of wicked weather to come. Check out this massive cloud that covered the skies of Elbert County, Colorado on Thursday during a round of severe storms. Things got pretty nasty in parts of the Centennial State with 2-inch hail to more than 7 inches of rain in a few spots. As we look ahead to the rest of today and tonight, even more severe weather is possible as we track new round of storms potentially headed your way. Let's check out where it's raining right now, and that's in portions of South Dakota, pushing towards the Sioux Falls area, a little bit away, but you do have some rain and some thunderstorms heading in your direction, and some stronger thunderstorms right now across Minnesota, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning with a lot of lightning, a lot of very heavy rain, and we'll continue to watch the severe weather just kind of blossom across this area. There's a lot of moisture, a lot of energy to work with ahead of this system, and we could potentially see some isolated spin-up tornadoes as well. We have a Torcon of 3 out of 10, not an enormous threat, but certainly not zero. And this very same system, there were some reported tornadoes yesterday as well in Colorado. So let's push this into the future. Not only will we see these storms start to fire up, but also we're going to see them form a giant line through the overnight hours. Anytime we see summertime storms, typically they can sustain themselves through the overnight hours because those low-level winds pick up after the sun goes down, and it allows lines like this to form, bringing some very, very damaging winds to areas like Des Moines all the way down to Kansas City, and potentially even into portions of southeastern Kansas as we go into very early tomorrow morning, and even bringing rain very early on Saturday morning. That's 5 a.m. local time to areas like St. Louis all the way up into northern Illinois. So a lot to watch with this severe weather threat evolving over the next few hours. Chris?
And we're going to watch it develop in the middle of the country, and we're going to be watching you Omaha, where it's hot right now, and it's been a little gusty too, up to 35 miles an hour. Expecting storms to get going later on this evening into tonight, and that storm threat for parts of the Midwest, and that storm threat will be picking up again late this weekend. So let's start off with the weekend forecast in Omaha, and tomorrow's looking pretty good. After we get through tonight, looking pretty good. Next chance for storms will be the day after tomorrow. By Sunday night, another chance for some thunderstorms. Here's the timing for this tomorrow morning through the day. Storms going through Illinois and Wisconsin early in the morning and afternoon, and then as the day turns into night, so that's good. There goes your break for the plains. From Nebraska to North Dakota, could start out a bit bumpy on Sunday morning, with storms continuing to move into Minnesota during the evening and nighttime hours, and then there through central and eastern Nebraska, also late evening and into the nighttime on Sunday. That threat on Sunday that the storms are going to turn severe, be of the stronger variety, is here. These areas right here in red is where it's possible we'll have severe thunderstorms. And the thunderstorms are going to bring quite a bit of rain. Now, a lot of this rain is needed. And this time of year during the summer months, it's quite often the thunderstorms that bring a lot of the rain you get here. So a lot of areas in drought, as you see right here. Exceptional drought that you can see right up here is the most intense form of drought. That's the highest category of drought. So every little raindrop that we can get here, Molly, is very much needed.
Certainly is. It's time now for our great weekend destination. And what better place to take a weekend trip than to San Diego? It looks beautiful right now. It's in the 70s. Temperatures climbing into the 80s this afternoon. It'll be much of the same as we go throughout the weekend with those cool, comfortable mornings in the 60s. And then in the afternoon, both Saturday and Sunday, we're climbing into the 80s with a lot of sunshine, as you would expect, San Diego.
Great weekend destinations brought to you by the all-new 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
This important message is for anyone 45 to 85 years of age. You can now get up to $25,000 for your funeral and other final expenses with guaranteed acceptance regardless of your health, starting at less than $1 a day.
My mom had a health scare recently. She's okay, but she was worried about making sure she has enough money for her funeral and final expenses. That can now be as much as $10,000.
Call now for a free quote and get up to $25,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, including your credit card debt, starting at less than $1 a day. Acceptance is guaranteed, regardless of your health. That's right. If you're between 45 and 85, call the Life Insurance Savings Group right now. Get up to $25,000 to cover your funeral and other final expenses for less than $1 a day. Just call the number on your screen right now for your free quote.
I don't want to leave my kids with a lot of bills to pay, but I'm concerned that with my health conditions, it'll be impossible to get approved.
Call the number on your screen now and see how the Life Insurance Savings Group can help you. There's no medical exam and no health questions. You can now be approved even if you have conditions such as diabetes, high blood pressure, or even if you are overweight. And your rates will never increase, your benefits will never decrease, and your coverage cannot be canceled.
We like the idea of being covered, but we live on a pretty tight budget, and these plans all seem too expensive for us.
Don't worry. Plans start at less than $1 a day. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. You can get up to $25,000 for your funeral and other final expenses, and your acceptance is guaranteed, regardless of your health.
Call for your free quote today. Call 800-397-4242. That's 800-397-4242.
It's the biggest sale of the year on the new Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed. It's the most comfortable, dually adjustable, foot warming, temperature balancing, proven quality night's sleep we've ever made. Save 50% on the new Sleep Number 360 limited edition Smart Bed, plus free premium delivery ends Monday.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
If you are in Massachusetts right now, you've got to be concerned about this forecast because you still haven't had a chance to dry out from the absolute drenching you got from Fred. And now, here comes Henri. Car rides turned into water rides on Thursday when flash floods from Fred dropped as much as 3 inches of standing water on some streets. And Henri is expected to be yet another rainmaker. You're taking a live look at Montauk, New York this afternoon, where a hurricane watch is in effect as we track the path of Henri. Particular concern to people here on Long Island is the potential storm surge, which could send water as high as 4 feet above ground in surge-prone areas this weekend. And also a recent tweet from PSE&G Long Island stating that given the potential intensity that they're expecting here in Long Island, that some of the outages could last 7 to 10 days. So they're really encouraging people to prep your homes and your businesses now, because today really is the day. That's why there are watches out for Long Island. Hurricane watches for a significant portion of Long Island. It also includes New Haven, New London, Newport, all the way into Cape Cod. That's where we're expecting the impacts initially as Tropical Storm Henri continues to churn to the north, and it has made that northerly turn. Yesterday it was moving to the west, now it's moving to the north. A big reason for that is yesterday we were watching a huge area of high pressure. It was actually starting to shear some of the northern part of Henri, but now that high pressure is starting to relax. Not only is that allowing this to strengthen just a little bit, but it's also allowing for that northerly turn. The wind speeds up to 70 miles per hour, and looking more impressive and even larger on satellite right now. We do have some pretty intense thunderstorms going on in the center of Henri, and certainly that indicates that we could be seeing some gradual strengthening underway. Now, one thing that does work in our favor, Chris, is that we do have some cooler water, relatively cooler, just to the south of New England that could help bring down the intensity just a little bit prior to landfall.
Yeah, so that's one going for us. Hopefully that will end up being the case here, but we got to be ready because there will be, no matter what, some very heavy rain. In some areas will get clocked with some tropical storm winds at the very least, so continue to watch the forecast and the movement of this storm from New Jersey to Connecticut, of course, New York and Boston and Rhode Island. The storm's heading your way. It is expected, again, to strengthen to a hurricane, but how much weakening will happen, that remains to be seen before it makes landfall. Heavy rain is certainly expected for a lot of the Northeast, with pockets getting possibly more than 5 inches of rain, which means there could possibly be some dangerous and even destructive flash flooding out of all of this. And as we're tracking Henri here at the Weather Channel, the rainfall will be one of the big stories. And if you were in the Boston area and you were in one of the areas where your home flooded or the streets flooded, you certainly know what tropical systems are able to do here just this week. This is the European forecast model tomorrow through Tuesday. So with the meat of the storm, it's showing some areas. Again, I wouldn't take this to be exactly where it's going to end up, but this is where it's possibly going to end up. Let's take a look now at the American model, the GFS. Now, there's a little bit of an overlap, but notice this has some orange in it. So essentially, it looks like it shifts it this way, the main swath, and also saying, hey, this could be a juicier one than the European is showing us in this range, the orange range, which is more than 5 inches of rain. And anytime there's a tropical system, you're going to hear us say locally higher amounts. So numbers that are beyond the forecast, always a possibility. Flash flooding from the Delmarva tomorrow into Sunday, then Sunday into Monday from Atlantic City all the way up to Portland, Maine. Be ready for the rain. Molly?
Well, Chris, it's not just the rain, it's also the storm surge that we're watching. And as we watch Henri intensify, that also brings in the wind threat. I do want to start with the storm surge because we have a significant area under a storm surge watch that does include Long Island, the Long Island Sound, coastal Connecticut, coastal Rhode Island, a lot of areas that are very storm surge prone and very vulnerable to storm surge. That also does include Cape Cod as well as Martha's Vineyard and the Nantucket Sound. So we're looking at areas that we could see at worst 3 to 5 feet of storm surge moving in to normally dry ground. And on top of that, this could coincide with high tide. It just depends on exactly when this makes landfall. But we also have a full moon on Sunday as well. So a lot of factors here at play that could bring the water levels up just a little bit higher. And that certainly would lend to some more problems. So the time, we can't stress this enough, the time to prepare really is today and at least the first half of tomorrow, because we could see those tropical storm force winds and some of those outer bands with some very heavy rain starting to move in late Saturday into early Sunday, and then continuing as we go throughout the day on Sunday to go downhill as we watch that approaching landfall from Henri in New England.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. no surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 a months right here. Hey. Plus the players of my squad. Hey. What's up? Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
Let's go, Peloton. Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa and Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments?
Can I just call and go over my monthly prescription medications to see if I can save any money?
Yes. You could potentially save more than $1,000 per year on your prescription drugs. If you're not 100% sure about your Medicare benefits or want to see if you can save on prescription costs, call the Medicare helpline. The call is free. You could be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with no copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no as in zero.
How do we know that we're getting all the benefits that are available to us?
Millions of Americans may not have all of the benefits that are available to them right now. That's why calling to make sure your Medicare plan is updated for 2021 is so important. Call now to see if you are eligible to save money and get additional benefits. You don't get these automatically, so call and see if you're eligible. The call is free and there is no obligation to enroll. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify.
We are so glad that we called. We found out that we were eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with $0 monthly premiums and deductibles, plus no copays.
The Medicare helpline is open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting all the benefits available to you. Just call 800-215-3458 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that may include additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-215-3458. That's 800-215-3458.
At Tommy John, we believe you deserve the most comfortable underwear. And breathable, supportive, lightweight stretch fabrics for the perfect fit on every guy. We believe in can't believe they never thought of that designs, like our Stay Put waistband and the horizontal quick draw fly. We believe the daily grind should only be in your coffee cup, not in your underwear. Plus, we guarantee no wedgies, no adjustment needed. Feeling is believing. So upgrade now and get 20% off your first order at TommyJohn.com with this code.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
New video into the Weather Channel right now, out ahead of Henri. And boaters off the Massachusetts coast getting ready for the storm. You got to get your vessel out of the water. That's the best thing you can do. These recreational boaters and some anglers as well spent the day west of Dennis tying up their boats or getting them out of the water here. And, of course, that's always good advice here. And tie down anything else, even if it's not in the water. Say it's a kayak or some other thing that's susceptible to being blown away. Just keep that in mind as well. Might need a little bit more than just a safe harbor with this, depending on where you are. So heavy rain is going to be, I think, the biggest concern once you get away from the coast. Going to have still some very strong winds with some saturated ground, which may make it easier for some of the trees to topple. But the heavy rain and flood threat is a big one here. We've seen a lot of rain over the past couple days. Next couple of days, we're going to see a lot more rain. So it's the combination of the two that just makes it even worse. Just the rain that's going to come could cause some flash flooding. But again, that much worse knowing that it has been wet lately. You can think of it as a sponge that's already got water in it. It's only going to take so much more before the water just goes right off of the sponge. Here's the forecast and the forecast uncertainty. So here's the forecast right here. And the error based on history. So how wrong has the forecast been in the past? Well, at this point in time, it's been wrong by this much. And you can really think of it actually as a circle. But at this point, it's been wrong by this much. And we know later in time, the harder the forecast, that's why it gets bigger. But you can see it looks likely somewhere from here to here will have landfall, with the most likely, at least at this point, the forecast in Connecticut or Rhode Island, Molly.
Well, it's not just New England, as well as the Northeast, watching some flooding. A Georgia daycare is closed today after flooding forced fire crews to save 27 children and 4 staff members. This happened in Austell in the Atlanta area yesterday. You could see firefighters wading through knee-deep water in the parking lot outside. Storms dropped nearly 3 inches in a matter of hours for the hardest hit areas of the neighborhoods in metro Atlanta. We saw a lot of rain in many of these areas. Well, parts of the Carolinas also trying to dry out from Fred. 2 people are dead after high waters swept through Haywood County, North Carolina. That's just west of Asheville. Haywood County Emergency Services now saying 7 people remain missing at this time. Meanwhile, Henri is sending dangerous swells toward the Carolina coast. So if you're trying to fit in that last minute summer vacation before the kids go back to school, I know a lot of kids have gone back to school in the Southeast, but maybe trying to vacation on some of the beaches, the beautiful beaches in South Carolina as well as North Carolina. There is a rip current threat today, and it's fairly high because here is Henri just kind of swirling down here. And then we have some very strong onshore flow that's happening as Henri will just skirt past the coasts of the Carolinas. That'll be the biggest impact, is the rough surf and the rip currents that you see from Henri in the Carolinas, just passing a little uncomfortably close for a lot of these areas. Otherwise, in the Southeast, we're going to see another stormy day where we have those pop-up showers and thunderstorms, some stronger thunderstorms possible, very slow moving. Once again, just like what we saw yesterday, anytime that you see a slow-moving thunderstorm, you have to think flash flooding, because these summer downpours can drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Potentially a very stormy Monday, Saturday. We're going into the weekend as we go across Tennessee, Nashville, potentially seeing a lot of that rain early on Saturday before that dives into areas like Alabama, all the way down to Atlanta, and even some portions of southern Alabama and Georgia as we go throughout the first part of the weekend. Because of that, yes, we've seen a lot of rain lately. We're going to see even more, and some spots that we could pick up an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain, but it's very likely that we'll see some locally higher amounts. So that means Nashville, taking a look at your forecast, you'll see hit or miss storms as we go throughout this afternoon. Very likely to start off Saturday morning stormy, and that will continue throughout the first part of Saturday. Chris?
All right, Molly, I want to take you now to the Midwest as we turn our attention to some more severe weather possible from the Great Lakes to the plains here. And right now, it's hot and a nice day to be on the water. How about that here? It's 89 degrees, feels like 93. You know what? The flags are moving a little bit, and just a little bit of wind goes a long way in comfort levels to help just cool you a little bit. I mean, you notice it when the air starts moving, when it's hot outside for sure. It's hot and juicy in the middle part of the U.S., which leads to an unstable atmosphere. And then all the atmosphere needs is a little bit of a nudge to get that hot and humid air going up into a colder environment to a point where it continues to rise on its own, releasing a lot of heat and a lot of moisture and getting some big-time storms. And that's what's possible. We're seeing that flare up here. You can see all that energy right through here. So this is going to be the prime area for some of the stronger storms, which eventually and possibly could be tornadic. Tornadoes are possible into tonight. Torcons at 2 and 3. Well, it's not the highest number on the scale. It's not the max threat. It's still a threat. If there is a number, there is a tornado threat. Here's the high-resolution future radar to give you a general idea of when you may be expecting these storms, possibly seeing these storms lining out across Minnesota and Iowa. Now it's the overnight hours tonight going into Illinois and southern Missouri.
When you're shopping for a new vehicle, how do you know which brand you can trust? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's Most Trusted Brand winner 7 years in a row. In fact, Subaru has won Most Trusted Brand for more consecutive years than any other brand. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their best overall brand, once again. It's easy to love a brand you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana and enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
Looking for a better way to lose weight and feel good? How about the one with a 98% success rate and the more affordable weight loss solution? That's Golo. There are no monthly fees and it's guaranteed to work or you don't pay. No stimulants, no starving, just results. Results you'll keep for life. With over 2 million satisfied customers, Golo is the new way to lose weight. Go to Golo.com and get your life back with Golo.
Honey latte.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Oh, it's Hack Me.
It's easy to be unsafe.
Mom, what's your 401k number?
Now it's easy to help protect yourself. Opt in to cyber safety at Norton.com.
Family life can get really messy, but Care.com can help. With lots of great housekeepers to put your place back together again when it's right for you. It costs less than you think. Get the housekeeping help you need. Care.com.
Thrive Cosmetics Brilliant Eye Brightener is your Of Course I Got 9 Hours of Sleep secret. Available in a variety of shades. Use it as an eyeliner, eyeshadow, or below your brow for an instant eye lift. No wonder it's sold every 3 seconds. Join our movement today at thrivecosmetics.com.
Challenging times are nothing new. Neither are resilient people. There's strength in every family story. Learn more about yours at Ancestry.
Real people are finding real savings with Spectrum Mobile.
I switched because we wanted great service for less money.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $650 a year.
We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator to find out how much you could save. Then get our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Call 844-230-8821.
Well, the idea that we can mix and match plans is great. This way we can adjust the plan to what our needs are at the moment.
These guys are unlimited, I'm by the gig, and I've got more money in my wallet.
Get the flexibility you want with the savings you need, all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts. Call 844-230-8821.
We're paying a lot less and getting a whole lot more.
I'm wondering why I didn't switch to Spectrum Mobile a lot sooner than what I actually did.
Get Spectrum Mobile with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Visit a Spectrum store, go to spectrummobile.com, or call 844-230-8821.
And its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, cloudy, slight chance of a rain shower. High 83. Winds north at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This is Weather Center Live, tracking a tropical storm Henri here on the Weather Channel, tracking a beautiful day in Martha's Vineyard. 83 degrees right now, feels like 88. Beautiful summer location, quintessential New England here. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a good weekend. In fact, here's a little foreshadowing. See that big vehicles going through the intersection right now. The bucket trucks here could lose some power in Martha's Vineyard this weekend because of Henri. And common sight when a storm is approaching. Now, it could be a coincidence or it could be directly related to the fact that Henri is on its way north, and in the path is Martha's Vineyard. Much of Massachusetts will see something out of this, whether it's the strong winds and the surge at the coast or an inland rain event, unfortunately. And same with Rhode Island and Connecticut. 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now. The lightning hints at the intensity of the storms, or it's an example of the intensity of the storms. You can see the circulations in there, also seeing kind of the breathing nature of this, those thin wispy clouds coming out of the top of the storm, allowing it to continue to grow and strengthen from below. And as we watch it, there's some ingredients that we're going to be looking at. Wind shear, it's going to weaken. So that means without something trying to tear the storm apart, it has more of an opportunity to grow and get stronger unfettered by the surrounding environment. And as the time wears on, while the wind shear may be going away or getting very low, the water temperatures will be coming down. So while in one sense it has a better chance for growing as it gets closer to land, a better chance for some weakening as it gets closer to land. So the question is, would you make it days without air conditioning or days without hot water? How about days without refrigerated food? And no one really wants to think about losing power for an extended period of time, but it happens. In fact, it happened to people in parts of New England this time last year after Isaias blew in and blew down trees across states in New England, including Connecticut and New Hampshire. But there are a few things that you can do using common household items that could make living through a power outage much easier. Here's meteorologist Mark Elliott to show us how it's done.
So here you are walking through your house, minding your own business when some weather comes through and out goes the power. Now, if you're like me, the first thing you do is try to find the flashlight to illuminate your way, but who wants to hold one of these all day long, pointing it every which direction to find what you're looking for? Here's a better way. You can hang the headlamp or the flashlight right onto a gallon of water, puts a nice soft glow in the room, and now you can see hands-free. Now, batteries are the nemesis in a power outage. Maybe your weather alert radio calls for AA's, but all you've got are AAA's. We can actually fix that too. Put a little bit of tin foil in the gap for the battery size, and it still works. May not last as long, but it'll get you by in a pinch. Speaking of a pinch, you might finally want a hot meal. You're done with takeout? Use the pizza box as a solar oven with just some tin foil and some saran wrap. You can have a hot meal right there on your own driveway. Hey, the power's back on. But is anything in here good to eat still? Well, we can do a little test for you. Put a mason jar with some water and food coloring horizontally in your freezer, then stack it vertically. If that defrosts, the shape of the ice changes, you'll know that nothing in there is safe to eat. And that's some ways that you can get through your next power outage.
Well, help is slowly coming to Haiti after a deadly earthquake. Badly constructed roads are hampering those recovery efforts. The quake is responsible for killing at least 2,100 people. And Grace didn't help matters, bringing tropical downpours shortly thereafter, causing mudslides. The storm has since struck Mexico as a hurricane in the Yucatan Peninsula and is gearing up for a second landfall later tonight. And this is the latest with Grace, actually up to 90 miles miles per hour. Still some strengthening to go with Grace prior to making landfall, making it a very strong Category 1 hurricane, potentially making landfall between Poza Rica and Veracruz sometime later this evening. Again, with some strengthening still to go, sitting over some incredibly warm waters right now, and that's going to allow for that strengthening to happen. The Air Force hurricane hunters are actually flying through this storm, and they were the ones that found those 90-mile-per-hour winds, those stronger winds that called for a little bit of the upgrade in Grace. So hurricane warnings from Veracruz and tropical storm warnings that extend up to the Tampico area. Again, landfall likely later tonight, but this brings it up to a 105-mile-per-hour storm, and that makes it very strong prior to making landfall. And as it continues to move inland, pushing a lot of water, potentially 5 to 8 inches of rain that could cause, yes, some flash flooding, but also some landslides and some mudslides as well.
If you have a typical airline credit card, you're not getting double miles on every purchase.
You're right. I only get extra miles on some types of purchases.
May I?
Please.
With a Capital One Venture card, you earn unlimited double miles everywhere. Yes.
Everywhere is great, but where can we use them?
You can use them on any travel purchase, not just some travel purchases.
Venture gets a gold star.
What's in your wallet?
It can be easy to steal your identity. Now, it can be just as easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Go to LifeLock.com.
Tired of daily insulin injections? Omnipod delivers insulin through a discreet waterproof pod to help simplify life. Just one small pod replaces up to 14 injections. It's game-changing, and the wireless controller helps deliver the right amount of insulin. Get started with a free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplify life. Omnipod.
Hi, I'm Jimmy J.J. Walker. If you're on Medicare, listen to this. I called the 1-800 number to see what extra Medicare benefits I could get. An actual person answered, looked up my zip code, and boom, I was offered extra benefits like dental coverage, including dentures, extractions, fillings, plus prescriptions, transportation, meals, and so much more, all at no additional cost. And then I asked about the benefit that adds money to my Social Security check. And get this, I'm entitled to an extra $100 a month. That's $1,200 a year added to my Social Security check. And I was like, dynamite. Call the 1-800 number on the screen and see what you may be entitled to. Call now. It's free.
I called and she looked up my zip code and said I could eliminate copays and get expanded dental work, prescriptions, transportation, and meals, all at no additional cost.
I called and couldn't believe that my zip code has dental care, transportation, meals, and the benefit that adds money to my Social Security check every month.
Look, your zip code may entitle you to save money and get significant extra benefits, including expanded coverage for dental work, all at no additional cost. Plus, you may be able to get money added to your Social Security check every single month. Fact is, you don't get these benefits automatically. You must call. Call and get everything you may be entitled to.
I'm on a fixed income, so I call to get money added to my Social Security check every month.
Call and get what you may be entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-591-0834. That's 1-800-591-0834. Now.
What's so extreme about the DQ Reese's Extreme Blizzard? How about all the Reese's you could dream of? With Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Reese's Pieces, Peanut Butter Topping, and Chocolatey Topping. All in world-famous DQ soft serve. Woo, what a rush. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
A busy day going into the weekend here at the Weather Channel, tracking severe and tropical storms firing up across the country, including the south. This time-lapse video here shows the storms as they were rolling and rumbling into Birmingham, Alabama yesterday. Storms dropped about an inch of rain here. We'll show you the areas where there's a growing tornado threat going into tonight.
Meanwhile, New England is bracing for more tropical threats with Henri on the horizon. Fred's leftovers left quite a mess in Hartford, Connecticut. 3.46 inches of rain fell here just yesterday alone. Here's the latest path for Henri. Of course, now making that northerly turn. Yesterday it was moving to the west, today to the north. And as we push this into the future, you can see setting its sights on New England. A lot of New England, in fact, all of New England in that cone of uncertainty where we could see the center of Tropical Storm Henri potentially make landfall. That will happen in the later half of Sunday. So the time now, Chris, it's time now to prepare.
That's right. We want to take a look at one of the areas that needs to be ready here. If you need a walk on the beach, go ahead and take a walk on the beach today. But it's not going to be a great weekend overall here in New York on Fire Island. 82 degrees right now, and we're going to have some stormy, rough times here potentially across New York with the rough surf. Could see some surge coming up onto these beaches as well. We want to take you there from New York all the way up into Massachusetts. And here, looking at the Charles River, this is looking off to the east here in the distance. And this could be where the winds are coming from, being on the right or the east side of the area of low pressure as it's heading up into Massachusetts. Massachusetts will get hit one way or another, whether it's strong winds on the east side of the state or some very heavy rain in the central and west part of the state. That all remains to be seen. But I think somewhere in the state is going to get hit pretty hard, Molly.
I think that's a good point, Chris, because we still have time for this track to change. And over the past few days, we've seen a huge trend to the west. That's what's brought a lot of New England in the threat. But even areas like New York City all the way down to New Jersey have to pay very close attention to this forecast because, again, there is time for this to change. So the latest with Tropical Storm Henri up to 70 miles per hour. That makes it very close to hurricane status, and it has started to make that north-northwesterly turn. We anticipated this yesterday, and so now that process is happening, and we'll see this just skirt past the coasts of North Carolina, bringing some very rough surf, potentially intensifying as we head into Saturday. But once we get into Sunday, that's when areas of New England need to be watching this very closely because we're anticipating a landfall as a Tropical Storm Henri in the second half of Sunday, potentially a very strong tropical storm. And zooming into this area, we're talking about Long Island, very much in play here, as well as Connecticut, Rhode Island, up into Cape Cod. Those are the same areas that we have a hurricane watch in effect. And this is for you to prepare. Today really is the day to prepare because as we go over the next 24 to 48 hours, we're going to watch those conditions go downhill as early as late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. We could see some of those winds and some of those rain bands start to move in. And Chris, it's no secret here at the Weather Channel that we are huge fans of the hurricane hunters, and it really was their flights yesterday that helped us zone in on this forecast and get a good idea of what is steering Henri.
That's a great point, Molly, I think, because a lot of times when you think about the hurricane hunters, you think of them going into an intense hurricane, which they definitely do, but they also do missions where they fly well away from the storm, with the goal of trying to figure out what the surrounding environment is doing and thus what it could do in the future to the system, to the tropical storm or hurricane. So with that, get an idea of the surrounding environment, which is the steering environment. What's going to push, tug, or pull the tropical system, which will mean ultimately where it ends up. So here's some of the forecast models through Sunday into Monday, and all of them, each one of these takes it to land. But look at the difference. There's possibilities in New Jersey. There's possibilities in New York, Long Island, even Connecticut, maybe clipping Montauk and going into Connecticut for a possible landfall, and also possibly into Rhode Island or into Massachusetts. That would be the center of the system. Now, based on historical errors, it can still go on the outside of these as well. When we show you the forecast cone here in just a little bit, keep that in mind. So high pressure over here is going to weaken a little bit, and as it does, it creates a little bit of a zone for Henri to start its trek to the north. And then here comes a trough, and sometimes these troughs will come and just kind of push it on, nudge it away from land. But look what it does. It has this turn back. So it may actually help draw the storm in a little bit closer to the United States. So more into land as opposed to, and with a high over here, not allowing it to get out. So more of a turn to land. And that's a big reason why, with the better forecast of what's going on with the surrounding environment, big reason why it looks more and more likely that we're not going to be able to escape a land hit. So it looks like there's going to be a landfall, not a land miss. So as far as the strength goes, wind shear, of course, can work to tear apart these storms. That's what we root for, is that wind shear to get in there and kind of rip up these storms. The winds going faster at different levels of the atmosphere or in different directions. Just a tough environment for these storms to really grow and blossom in. Unfortunately, that wind shear weakens, so that would favor development. Favoring development here over some warm waters. Big reason why, those two, why the forecast is for this to become a hurricane. It's only, get up to 74 miles an hour, we're talking a hurricane here, and it's at 70. So I would think that the next, we're going to see that get up to 75 here before you know. We hope it doesn't get stronger than that, because wherever it gets up to is going to be like the starting point for the weakening, because it's going to weaken. That's what it looks like is going to happen with the cooler waters. You lose that rocket fuel, essentially, the hot waters, and the cooler waters will help it weaken. But what's it coming down from, Molly? Is it coming down from a 75-mile-an-hour storm or an 80-mile-an-hour storm? What'll make a difference at landfall?
Certainly still is the question. A lot of questions still to be answered when it comes to Henri. Well, parts of New England still soaked by the remnants of Fred are bracing for another soggy blow from Tropical Storm Henri. More than 3 inches of rain fell yesterday in Worcester, Massachusetts. Henri is expected to dump a lot of rain on communities already waterlogged by Fred's downpours. So we do want to talk about the rainfall threat, because certainly that is significant. And it seems like New England just cannot catch a break this summer. It's been extremely soggy. In fact, July was some of the top 5 for a lot of the cities in New England as far as the wettest months that you've had on record, and as far as July goes. So as far as the rainfall, we're going to look at 2 different models here. We're going to start off with the European model, and that certainly brings the heavier rain over portions of Boston and even Providence getting in on that. But you'll flip this over to the American model and see a completely different picture, where the heavier rain is farther to the west, and it brings areas like Long Island into some very heavy rain, as well as Hartford up into Springfield, where we could see 5 to 8 inches of rain in a few spots with locally higher amounts possible. So the rainfall certainly is a big concern. A lot of the soil is extremely saturated. We have a lot of very tall, beautiful tree canopies in areas like Connecticut, Rhode Island, and the soil is so saturated that the roots are fairly weak now, and it won't take a whole lot of wind to cause those trees to fall. So something else to watch out for. This is the rain needed to flood in 3 hours. In a lot of these spots, it's 2 to 3 inches of rain in just a matter of 3 hours. We can easily see that out of a tropical system, especially one that's moving as slow as we expect Henri to be moving when it starts moving inland. So this is a closer view at Boston. Likely a few showers moving through on Saturday. That's not associated with Henri. That's with the trough that's moving through, but that could hamper your efforts to get prepared for Henri, as we see that heavier rain start to move in as early as Sunday morning. That's 7 a.m. local time, and just continue to drop buckets of rain over the Boston area. And this is after your very wet July. This is after the very wet Thursday that you had just yesterday with the remnants of Fred moving through. Let's zone into Hartford as well as Providence. Now, again, you could see a few of those showers on Saturday, but not very likely across Connecticut as well as Rhode Island. But here we go, Sunday morning. This is 4 a.m. Heavy rain moving over Long Island and then stretching into Connecticut as well as Providence, up into Hartford and even up into Springfield. And that rain will just continue. Once it starts to move in, it likely won't start to move out until we get to the better part of Monday. So that flash flooding is possible once we get to Sunday, but it's really Sunday into Monday morning that we're watching the areas Long Island, New Haven, Providence, up into Springfield, and even Boston and Cape Cod for the highest risk for flash flooding. Chris?
All right, Molly, people along the northeast coast, of course, you can imagine weary after the rain this week and some serious rainfall this week. And we're watching Henri's approach with some serious concern as well, because more rain and some storm surge could create a double flood threat here. That includes spots and cities from Atlantic City all the way up to Providence, Rhode Island, and into Massachusetts as well. And of course, New York and Connecticut in between. So 5 feet of storm surge possible throughout portions of New England, coastal areas. As we look at the likely arrival time of some of the tropical storm force winds, we're going to see by Saturday, possibly if it takes this more inland route or this closer to coast route, it could be late Saturday for New Jersey when we start to see some of the strong winds. But Sunday it's going to be going downhill. So you can think of it this way: get everything done tomorrow, because Sunday is not the day. You're going to see likely even the rain out ahead of some of these stronger winds, and we could see strong winds and very heavy rain all the way up into Vermont, New Hampshire, and into Maine. Here's another way to look at it, the wind speed. So you get into the blues and the purples. The purples essentially the tropical storm force winds, and then you have the strong winds, anything, purple to red. And we'll see through time as the system, the storm, expected to become a hurricane. You get into some of these colors in here, and now we're on this edge of things. Expected to get to 75 miles an hour with gusts likely stronger than that, of course. And that could be what we're dealing with, getting possibly out of hurricane range, but back into a strong tropical storm as early as Sunday morning around sunrise for Long Island and for coastal areas, including Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, Block Island there, Rhode Island, and into Connecticut. So this is going to be a really bad day on Sunday with some of the worst of the weather. And then by Monday, still some pretty blustery and gusty winds coming into New England, but surge is another concern. So with Henri expected to make landfall, either tropical storm or a hurricane, it could be a history maker here as the first hurricane to make a direct hit there since 1991. And that's why you can imagine a lot of people along the coast are getting ready, bringing in boats, tying down equipment, and playing it safe ahead of the storm. Monica Medea reports.
All morning.
Boaters betting on Mother Nature in Sandwich.
A lot of my friends are calling, should I pull the boat, and I'm just like, add extra lines, and if you have a trailer, pull the boat out.
Many not taking any chances on the potential Hurricane Henri, slated to make landfall Sunday. They're pulling their boats from the marina.
We got a place to put it, it's out of the water. This is a pretty safe marina anyway, but we can watch it at the same time.
Henri could be the first hurricane to directly hit New England since Hurricane Bob in 1991. The anniversary of that storm just yesterday.
Trees were down all over the place and saw the sailboats almost right up on the road.
At least 17 people died then. The damage was immense. Today, the amount would be about $3 billion.
We're in the midst of go, 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 and then the storm comes along.
Lobsterman Jeffrey Richardson is also pulling his boat after selling some of his catch Friday. He says any day off the water is bad for his bottom line, but staying in is too risky.
Your business is protected being on land versus in the water where it can get destroyed. If it gets destroyed, I lose all my traps out there because I can't get to them.
Here in Sandwich, plenty of boats are staying put because this marina is known to be secure in a storm, and there's a list of people trying to borrow a boat slip.
The slip holders who have trailers, we're asking them if they can haul them so we can use the slips for people who don't have trailers.
Some are putting off preparing to enjoy a calm day on the water, while we all
hope for the best.
Well, as Henri approaches, people in New England have got to be thinking about the scenes they saw almost exactly 1 year ago. That's when Isaias tore a path through the Northeast and tore down thousands of trees in the process. First, the storm saturated the ground with pounding rain. Then it delivered the second blow, knocking down those weakened trees and wet roots with really strong winds. And of course, that is the fear, as we have seen a soggy summer so far in New England and parts of the Northeast. And then here comes some very strong winds that will likely bring down trees. Let's look at some of the recent impactful storms. Of course, we were just seeing video from Isaias almost exactly 1 year ago. And we have to mention Sandy, which of course was in October of 2012. But to note, Sandy came inland as a post-tropical system. When we talk about hurricanes in New England, it has been 30 years since we've seen a hurricane impact and make a direct landfall in New England. So it's been a long time. This is not forecast. Henri is not forecast to come on shore as a hurricane, but it certainly still is within the realm of possibility. We are watching for a strong tropical storm. But Chris, I think at this point, it doesn't matter if it's a tropical storm. It doesn't matter if it's a hurricane. It's just going to be a couple of miles per hour in the wind difference. We're talking about the threats of a lot of rain, no matter what its status is.
And rain may end up being the big issue here. I want to get to some breaking weather right now. This in the Florida Panhandle, that red outlined area, may recognize that as a tornado warning, and that's exactly what it is in Okaloosa County here. Crestview in the path of this storm, a radar indicated tornado warning that is drifting down to the southeast right now. Again, we're here in the Florida Panhandle, and this is in the direction, it's heading in the direction, very close to, if not on top of Cantontown right now. Milligan, Crestview, Killingsworth Crossroads, and then Deerland. Heads up, take cover. Tornado warning heading towards Interstate 10 in Okaloosa County.
Let's go, Peloton.
Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength.
Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on.
Nice work, Lisa and Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Thrive Cosmetics Liquid Lash Extensions Mascara gives you the look of professional lash extensions. Our award-winning formula dramatically lengthens and strengthens lashes with all-day staying power. It's no surprise it has over 1 million 5-star reviews. Join our movement today at thrivecosmetics.com.
We've got you taken care of, Sergeant Houston.
Thank you. That was fast.
One call to USAA got her a tow, her claim paid, and even her grandpa's dog tags back. Get a quote.
Every 3 minutes, a child is born with a cleft condition. In the U.S., children are healed at birth. But in parts of the world where the right medical care doesn't exist, children like Lexi struggle to speak or eat. Without surgery, some will die. Those who do survive face extreme challenges. Together, we can change this. Operation Smile works to heal children born with cleft conditions. With volunteer medical teams in more than 30 countries worldwide. We need you. There are still millions in dire need of healing. Go to operationsmile.org today and become a monthly supporter. Help create new smiles and new futures. But act now. Children are waiting. Go online to operationsmile.org to give monthly or call 1-833-608-2510.
Hey, King Midas, people should know we can service their whole car.
Yes. Tires, brakes, oil, everything. Everything. We must tell the people.
Right now at Midas, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Find your tires now at Midas.com.
Hi, Phil Swift here. This storm season, you need the entire Flex Seal family of products. Seal up cracks and holes to prevent wind and water from damaging your home. Push Flex Paste deep into wet surfaces to help prevent flood damage. Severe storms can be a nightmare. Now you can patch huge holes to seal up roof leaks. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Dry eye symptoms keep driving you crazy? Inflammation in your eye might be to blame.
Let's kick Ken's ache and burn into gear.
Over-the-counter eye drops typically work by lubricating your eyes and may provide temporary relief.
Those drops will probably pass right by me.
Xiidra works differently, targeting inflammation that can cause dry eye disease.
What is that? Xiidra! No!
It can provide lasting relief. Xiidra is the only FDA-approved non-steroid treatment specifically for the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. 1 drop in each eye twice a day. Don't use if you're allergic to Xiidra. Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort, or blurred vision when applied to the eye, and unusual taste sensation. Don't touch container tip to your eye or any surface. After using Xiidra, wait 15 minutes before reinserting contacts.
Got any room in your eye?
Be proactive about managing your symptoms by talking to your doctor about twice daily Xiidra like I did.
I prefer you didn't.
Xiidra. Not today, dry eye.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Saturday, mostly cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 85. Saturday night, rain. Low 75. Rainfall near 1/4 of an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone. Named the world's most accurate forecaster, the Weather Channel.
Right now on the Weather Channel, tracking a tornado warning here in the panhandle of Florida. A tornado warning with a lot of lightning associated with it, bearing down on Crestview here. The storm is moving to the southeast, and it is drifting off to the southeast in the direction of Interstate 10 here in Okaloosa County. And when we look at where the storm, the tornado likely is, somewhere in here, it is moving along and heading in the direction of Crestview. Should be there within about a half an hour or so, roughly around 2:56, and then Deerland, and if it holds together, Forest Highlands here. Meanwhile, back to one of our other top stories we're following right now on the Weather Channel, and that is the Northeast. Yesterday in Boston, this was the scene. Heavy rain, flooding conditions. That's right, this was yesterday. Could be again on Sunday because we are tracking Henri as residents were tracking their recycle bins and garbage bins going down the road. Here at the Weather Channel, we're watching once again another potentially big-time rainmaker for Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, and can't rule out New Jersey either in on some of the worst of the weather. So millions of people still within the area that could be seeing some of the worst weather from Henri. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren here in the lab, and want to get the very latest on this storm as of the 2 o'clock Eastern advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Still a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm. Could get up to 75, and if that happens, that's the forecast, that would be a hurricane. So we could be talking about Hurricane Henri here before it makes landfall. A little piece of good news, something to hang on to, is that it is expected, based on some cooler waters, to weaken. Now, going from 75 to 70, not a huge difference in what ultimately is going to happen with the winds. So getting hit by a 75-mile-an-hour sustained wind is not a whole lot different than getting hit by a 70-mile-an-hour sustained winds. But what this doesn't show you also is how far over here, or over here, there will be some very heavy rain. So the winds, the surge, and then the fresh water, the rainfall, flooding, all concerns with this. And the probability of tropical storm winds are very high here in the red, 70 to 90%. And already that looks like the case for parts of Long Island into Connecticut and a lot of Massachusetts and pretty much all of Rhode Island, Molly.
Thanks, Chris. When you see a cloud this ominous. You know it's a sign of wicked weather to come. Check out this massive cloud that covered the skies of Elbert County, Colorado. That's just to the southeast of Denver, just to the northeast of areas of Colorado Springs. This was during a round of severe storms that moved through, and things got pretty nasty in parts of the Centennial State, from 2-inch hail to more than 7 inches of rain in spots. As we look ahead to the rest of today and tonight, even more severe weather is possible as we track new rounds of storms potentially headed your way. And that means you in Sioux Falls, you have quite the thunderstorm pushing into the Sioux Falls area. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, a lot of very heavy rain, and potentially some gusty winds as well. That storm is not severe, but very dangerous as it pushes towards Sioux Falls, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for Beltrami County, as well as Clearwater and Lake of the Woods. This is in Minnesota. There's Red Lake right there, just to give you a frame of reference. And this is a very strong line that's moving to the north and to the northeast with a lot of lightning. I mean, just look how electric this is. A lot of heavy rain and some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail embedded in that as well. You can see storms now starting to fire up, tapping into some of that energy that's in place. A lot of moisture in place, too. And we could see a few isolated tornadoes as well. And that includes areas from Topeka all the way up through Sioux Falls, even up into Fargo, where we have a 3 on our Torcon scale. So not an enormous threat, but certainly not zero. And this is the very same system that was moving through Colorado yesterday that did produce a few reported tornadoes. So something to look out for. Something else to look out for is the later that we get into the evening, the more that these storms will start to form a big line. And you can see that from Minneapolis all the way down to Kansas City and even down into the Wichita, Kansas area, where we could see some gusty winds and some stronger storms sustaining themselves through the overnight hours well into tomorrow morning. And that even brings areas like St. Louis and northern Illinois into play by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning local time, with the heavy rain, some flash flooding, and potentially some of those very gusty winds at play here too. So this is not the only area that we're going to be watching. We're going to watch this storm system continue to progress to the east as we go throughout the day tomorrow. So more to come with this. But for today, it's going to be the damaging winds, an isolated tornado or two, and potentially some hail as well. Chris?
All right, Molly, tracking Henri, of course, here on the Weather Channel. And heads up here if you live in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and even Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. It's on the way.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Put Domino's new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
At Carvana, we treat every customer like we would treat our own moms, with care and respect. To us, the little things are the big things, which is why we do everything in our power to make buying a car an unforgettable experience.
Happy birthday. Thank you.
We treat every customer like we would treat our own moms.
Hey, Mom.
Because that's what they deserve.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mom! Yes. Days go better when you start with care.
Hi. So I can finally do some work now? Perfect. Right there. Over here. Who's ready for soccer? 5, 6, 7, 8. Skills.
Because the best decisions are made with care. Find care for all you love. Care.com.
Hi, Phil Swift here. When you need maximum coverage and sealing power, take it to the max with FlexMax. Your favorite Flex Seal products are now giant size. Don't worry, guys. Flex Tape Max is the super strong waterproof tape that can instantly stop giant leaks. Wow, looks like you got a lot of work to do. With Flex Seal Liquid Max, you can cover huge areas for a strong waterproof seal. Now that's a lot of coverage. Oh no, that dam's gonna blow. Max is a thick rubberized paste that fills massive cracks and holes. Damn. Whoa, let me help you with that. Flex Glue Max creates a super strong bond on wet or dry surfaces. And it even works underwater. Hey, Captain. You guys need Flex Seal in Max to seal up large areas. And keep the inside completely dry. Yahoo! For maximum coverage and sealing power, take it to the max with Flex Max.
Some carriers give you so little for your old or busted phone. Not Verizon. You dunk it, crash it, doggy bone it. We upgrade it. Up to $800 for the 5G phone you want. Plus, get $500 when you switch. Because everyone deserves better.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
If you're in Massachusetts right now, you have got to be concerned about this forecast because you still haven't had a chance to dry out from the absolute drenching you got from Fred. And now, here comes Henri. Car rides turned into water rides on Thursday when flash floods from Fred dropped as much as 3 inches of standing water on some streets. And Henri, well, it's expected to be another rainmaker for the area. Well, let's take a live look now at Montauk, New York this afternoon. You can see some dark skies on the distance. This is not related to Henri, but we do have some showers just offshore where a hurricane watch is in effect as we track the path of Henri. Particular concern to people here on Long Island is the potential storm surge, which could send water as high as 4 feet above normally dry ground in surge-prone areas this weekend. And speaking of Long Island, PSE&G Long Island, they sent out a tweet saying that if we do see this come in at a high intensity, go ahead and prep for the potential that we could see power outages lasting from 7 to 10 days. And they want you to go ahead and prep your homes and businesses. Always a good idea. And we have watches out from areas of Cape Cod all the way through Newport, New London, New Haven, and Long Island. A significant portion of Long Island included in that hurricane watch. But if you're in New York City all the way down to New Jersey, I know you don't have any watches right now, but keep a very keen eye on this forecast because we have been seeing a slow trend to the west, and it certainly brings areas like New York City as well as New Jersey not quite out of the threat. So here is Tropical Storm Henri, 70 miles per hour, sustained winds moving to the northwest very slowly right now and tapping into some incredibly warm water. There have been several Hurricane Hunter missions into this storm. We saw a couple yesterday that helped provide us with a much better forecast for today, but right now we have a NOAA aircraft in there. It's an upper level mission where they're gaining some of information just about what's going on in the upper levels just above Henri. So they're not going to quite fly through the direct center of this like we see a lot of the missions do, but they are gaining some valuable information that once again will be fed into the weather models and provide a much, much better forecast. We're so grateful for what the hurricane hunters do. They work a lot of hours during hurricane season. So we do have quite a few thunderstorms ongoing, some very strong thunderstorms as it's sitting over some warm water and still some warm water that it will travel into. But what we do see, and this could work in our favor, is that moving into some slightly, and I mean relatively cooler water on its approach to New England. And Chris, that could be good news for the intensity and help bring it down just a little bit prior to landfall.
And people across New England today hopefully watching the forecast because what Molly was just showing us could have more than just some wind. Expecting to see some rain and some surge for some coastal areas. Flash flooding is a major concern for some of the metro areas. We saw flooding yesterday in Boston, with Connecticut being right in the path of Henri. And again, it is expected to strengthen into a hurricane before it hits the Northeast. However, Weakening is also expected. Should get up to hurricane strength and then weaken back down, either coming on shores as maybe a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm, and a 75-mile-an-hour storm would be a hurricane. Not a huge difference, but could have some similar impacts with both of them. So some dangerous and possible destructive flash flooding also a concern. Here's one forecast model. The GFS gives you an idea of how this may play out with some very heavy rain, possibly 5 inches or more will come with this, and going all the way up into Massachusetts, possibly even southern Vermont. Again, all the forecasts are likely to shift and change a little bit. So who ends up with the most rain and the strongest winds, we just don't know yet. That is not something we can know, but we have the range of where it's going to happen. And that range goes for rain from the Delmarva to Maine over the next couple of days, and for the wind, really New Jersey to Massachusetts and areas in between. A lot still, Molly, that needs to be figured out with this, but we have a pretty good idea generally where it's going and how strong it's going to be when it gets there.
And that's certainly, as we're zoning into that area, have to make preps. Go ahead and make them today. You still have tomorrow as well, but as we get into the later half of tomorrow, particularly after dark, you'll start to notice conditions go downhill just a little bit. So now and tomorrow, those are your days to prepare. A storm surge watch in effect for a significant portion of Long Island, the Long Island Sound, up into Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, and the Cape Cod area. This is where we could see the most significant surge happen, and that's 3 to 5 feet of that seawater being pushed onto normally dry ground just by the winds of Henri as it approaches landfall. 2 to 4 feet across the Long Island area. And then look at this, even New Jersey from Cape May all the way up into New York included in this with 1 to 3 feet. And New Jersey, keep a really close eye on this forecast. But again, we are seeing some trends to the west that could bring you into that higher threat level. And those tropical storm force winds arriving as early as Sunday morning, making it very hard to prep as Henri approaches.
He looked after his community.
She built an empire.
Fought for his people.
Protected this nation. They are the heroes in my family.
Who are the heroes in yours?
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their families. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
With SimpliSafe's Video Doorbell Pro, you'll know if the person at your door is friend or foe. Or just a late-night cheese pizza with extra meatballs. With my smart lock, I can let him in. Entrez-vous. And I can lock up from right here. Same time tomorrow. So take it from an expert. Get SimpliSafe and protect home like a pro.
Visit simplysafe.com for a limited time offer.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments?
Can I just call and go over my monthly prescription medications to see if I can save any money?
Yes, you could potentially save more than $1,000 per year on your prescription drugs. If you're not 100% sure about your Medicare benefits or want to see if you can save on prescription costs, call the Medicare helpline. The call is free. You could be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with no copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no as in zero.
How do we know that we're getting all the benefits that are available to us?
Millions of Americans may not have all of the benefits that are available to them right now. That's why calling to make sure your Medicare plan is updated for 2021 is so important. Call now to see if you are eligible to save money and get additional benefits. You don't get these automatically, so call and see if you're eligible. The call is free and there is no obligation to enroll. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to speak with a licensed insurance agent and see if you qualify for these additional benefits.
We are so glad that we called. We found out that we were eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with $0 monthly premiums and deductibles, plus no copay.
The Medicare helpline is open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting all of the benefits available to you. Just call 800-215-9245 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that may include additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-215-9245. That's 800-215-9245.
The Bissell Crosswave Cordless Max lets you vacuum and wash your floors at the same time. Dry messes, wet messes. It even freshens area rugs.
And when you buy Bissell, you help save homeless pets.
To learn more, go to BissellCrosswave.com.
There's no other snack like a Planters cashew. What else can go from your car's cup holder to a crystal bowl and seem equally at home? I guess the most well-rounded snack isn't round at all. It's more cashew-shaped. Planters, a nut above.
This is the Weather Channel, and this was rain from yesterday in Hartford, Connecticut. Heavy rain coming from some of the remnants of Fred. Now Henri on the way to the northeast. After scenes like this unfolded yesterday, it could happen again this weekend. It could see possibly several inches of rain again in Connecticut, possibly in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, and New Jersey. All possible to see even more rain and unfortunately possibly more of that. This is the rain that came down over the past couple of days, and you can see a big swath right here and across central and northern Connecticut into parts of Massachusetts, and that is now some very wet ground that's not going to accept a lot more water, so the chance that the water's going to start running off is going to happen sooner. It's going to happen, but it's going to happen sooner with water already in the soil. So Sunday, Monday, the possibility for flash flooding goes all the way up to Portland, Maine. It includes parts of southern Vermont and southern New Hampshire. And then as we look at the path of the system, again, the forecast is for the center to go like this, but based on history, it's still possible the center could go anywhere through here, and even about a third of the time, based on historical errors, the center goes outside of this. But outside of this, on the far east side, is still really close to land. So escaping impacts on land does not look like it's a possibility. So get ready. Essentially, Molly, for everything here in the Northeast, unfortunately.
Yeah, and today and tomorrow are really the days to prepare. A Georgia daycare is closed today after flooding forced fire crews to save 27 children and 4 staff members. This happened in Austell in the Atlanta area yesterday. You can see firefighters wading through knee-deep water in the parking lot outside. The storms dropped nearly 3 inches of rain in a matter of hours for the hardest hit neighborhoods in metro Atlanta. And as we move to the Carolinas, still trying to dry out from Fred. 2 people are dead after high waters swept through Haywood County, North Carolina. That's just west of Asheville. Haywood County Emergency Services now saying 7 people remain missing at this time. Meanwhile, Henri is sending dangerous swells toward the Carolina coast, both South Carolina and North Carolina, even though you're not going to see any big direct impacts from Henri. You can see it's actually swirling down here, but it's pushing some very strong onshore flow into areas like the Carolinas, including North and South Carolina. That's going to make the water pretty dangerous today. So if you have a vacation plan, maybe you're trying to fit some beach time in, it's your last summer vacation before school starts, just check with the lifeguard before you get in the water. That's why they're there. They're there to help you out and to keep you from the most dangerous areas. So there's Henri continuing to swirl to the north and to the northwest, but otherwise we're not going to see any impacts in the southeast from Henri other than that dangerous surf. What we will continue to see in the southeast is more summer downpours. We saw a lot yesterday, and it caused some substantial flooding in some areas, but this will continue not only today, but very early on Saturday morning for areas in western Tennessee. That includes Nashville, all the way down into northern Alabama, potentially seeing some strong Saturday morning storms before stretching into areas like Atlanta, all the way down to Montgomery. This will continue throughout the weekend. I mean, these are your typical summer downpours. We certainly have enough humidity and moisture in the air to cause some very heavy rain. And we could see another additional 1 to 2 inches of rain widespread with locally higher amounts possible. It's always the case in the summertime in the south. So let's zone into Nashville here and see what it's looking like as we go throughout the weekend. You will see some spotty thunderstorms today continuing. I think it's going to be Saturday morning that we see that big line of storms move through, but still some hit or miss storms possible once that moves through and we continue into Saturday afternoon. Chris?
All right, Molly, now we want to go to Chicago and enjoy some pretty nice boating weather right now. That's the place to be. 87 degrees right now. Get your toes in Lake Michigan. Feels like 90. Some stormy times on the way here for Chicago with plenty of sunshine right now, but it's this warm and humid air that helps really serve as the rocket fuel for the storms that are on the way. We begin to look at the storms for this weekend with what's happening right now on the front end of the weekend here. You can see storms developing in an atmosphere that is ready for that air to rise and at times be explosive. A lot of energy for these storms to rock with here. And in southeast South Dakota, some thunderstorms going through here. Also a severe thunderstorm warning in the northern portion of Minnesota right now, and this is the area into tonight where some of the storms have the possibility of rotating, and the potential for these rotating storms to produce tornadoes is more likely. So these strong storms are expected, and it's possible there's a 3 and a 2 on our Torcon, so you're on the scale. There's the possibility for tornadoes going into tonight. Here's the high resolution future radar. Gives you an idea of how the day's going to play out with thunderstorms here going from Kansas up into Omaha and Council Bluffs by this evening, and then through central Minnesota tonight and into the Twin Cities, likely just after dark. Could see a damaging wind threat going into the overnight hours, now at midnight tonight for central Illinois, then cruising into the overnight hours for the Quad Cities and into western Illinois and central and southern Missouri in the morning. Looks pretty messy. Here's how the rest of the day is going to go with midday storms from Green Bay to Milwaukee down to Chicago, and still getting a little bit of a break before Sunday here in the upper Midwest.
Let's go, Peloton. Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa and Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Attention. Medicare recipients are entitled to save money and get significant new benefits at no additional cost.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, this is important. You're now entitled to eliminate copays and get dental care, dentures, eyeglasses, prescription coverage, in-home aids, unlimited transportation, and home-delivered meals, all at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. Look, with the uncertainty of the virus and vaccines, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Here's the bottom line. Call to get significant benefits at no additional cost and see if your zip code has coverage with the Give Back benefit.
I called to get the new benefits and save money, so I'm not spending money I don't have to spend.
With this virus situation, I called to get everything I'm entitled to. I couldn't believe I was missing out on so many benefits.
Reality is, it's a very uncertain year ahead, so you need to be sure your health care coverage is up to date. Call now. It's free.
I called to get dental, transportation, meals, and the Give Back benefit. They helped me so much.
Get dental care, dentures, unlimited transportation, and home-delivered meals at no additional cost. And your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month.
With the uncertainty of the virus and vaccines, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare coverage helpline. You can too. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-442-6400. That's 1-800-442-6400 now.
Hi, I wanted to get the mobile deal I saw on the sign. Sure, if you're getting 4 lines. Oh, I don't need 4 lines. Well, then you can't get that deal. But imagine what you could do with 4 lines. You can have one to call your lawyer. What? Embezzlement. Or you can use one to call your boss. Quick question, how do I tell someone if they're not getting 4 lines that each is gonna cost more? Yeah, I don't think she looks happy. No, not yet. She's gonna lose her mind. You tell her. You know what? I'm good.
T-Mobile is selling it. Don't buy it.
Didn't work.
For one fair price, no matter how many lines you need, choose Spectrum Mobile.
Non-valvular AFib can mean a lifetime of blood thinners.
And if you're troubled by falls and bleeds, worry follows you everywhere. Over 150,000 people have left blood thinners behind with Watchman. It's a one-time, minimally invasive procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
And its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Saturday, mostly cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 85. Saturday night, rain. Low 75. Rainfall near 1/4 of an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Right now here on Weather Center Live, a look at Martha's Vineyard. Vineyard Haven, Massachusetts, 83 degrees right now. It feels like 88. This is quintessential summertime in America location. Unfortunately, it is an island out in the Atlantic, south of the mainland portion of Massachusetts, and well in the zone where these flags in the distance, they're going to be whipping around pretty hard come Sunday. And come Sunday, the weather's not going to be all right. I can tell you that here in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New York, with the potential for some very heavy rain and strong winds. This right here, look how far south it is. You head this way, and you're right over here, the Florida-Georgia line here. And it has a way to travel. And on its way up to the north, it is expected to get stronger. Henri right now, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm expected to get up to 75 miles an hour, which would make it a hurricane. However, before landfall, it's expected to weaken again. So there's a lot of moving parts, if you will, with this, and a lot of moving air wrapping around the center of this circulation with a lot of thunderstorms right there in the middle. A couple of the factors we're looking at. One, of course, the wind shear. If you don't want storms, most of us don't, you're rooting for wind shear to get into the storm and kind of rip it apart, tear it apart. It's winds going at different speeds and or different directions at different levels of the atmosphere. Unfortunately, that weakens, so it goes away. More conducive now for development, for it to get stronger. And also, about that time, water temperatures are quite warm. You need about 80 degrees. We're talking mid-80s. And that helps fuel these storms. Now, notice at the time it becomes a hurricane, expected to, shortly after it starts going over slightly cooler water. So it loses that jet fuel, essentially. So some weakening, gradual weakening, is expected as it heads to the north. Can't rule out flooding, can't rule out power outages with this. And we know that when the power is out after a tropical storm or a hurricane, many businesses and homeowners rely on backup generators. While generators, of course, are very useful, they also include some hidden dangers. Here's home improvement expert Danny Lipford with what you need to know before you fire yours up.
I'm Danny Lipford from Today's Homeowner. A portable generator can be a lifesaver when the power goes out after a storm, but only if it's working properly. Check your oil, fill it with fresh gas, and test run it to make sure that it's ready when you need it. When you use a portable generator, it's important to protect your family from carbon monoxide in the engine's exhaust. Carbon monoxide is invisible, odorless, and very deadly, so never run a generator inside or in a partially enclosed space. Only operate them outdoors with plenty of ventilation away from windows, doors, or crawl spaces. When it's time to refuel your generator, make sure you shut it off and let it cool down a bit before refilling the tank. Spilled fuel on a hot engine can cause a fire or explosion. Never connect a portable generator directly to your home's wiring because the voltage can backfeed onto power lines, possibly injuring utility workers or your neighbors. Instead, use heavy-duty extension cords to connect individual lights or appliances to the generator and be sure they're unplugged when you start or stop it. Also, be sure any extension cord connections are protected from rain or any standing water. Remember, the first priority in a storm situation is keeping yourself and your family nice and safe.
Help is slowly coming into Haiti after a deadly earthquake. Badly constructed roads are hampering the efforts. The quake is responsible for killing at least 2,100 people, and grace didn't help matters, bringing tropical downpours shortly thereafter, causing mudslides. The storm has since struck Mexico as a hurricane in the Yucatan Peninsula and is gearing up for a second landfall later tonight. So here is the latest on Hurricane Grace. Right now, the winds up to 90 miles per hour. And those winds, those stronger winds, were actually found by the Air Force hurricane hunters that were in the storm earlier. It's a pretty strong Category 1 hurricane right now, but there is still time for some strengthening. And that's why there is a hurricane warning posted from Veracruz up to even all the way up to the Tampico area under a hurricane watch, and tropical storm watch is out for those as well. Potentially making landfall 105 miles per hour near the Poza Rica area before stretching inland, bringing a lot of rain inland as well. So we're talking about not only a storm surge threat here, also a rainfall threat, as you would typically expect with landfalling tropical systems. A lot of rainfall, up to 5 to 8 inches widespread, but some locally higher amounts possible from Tampico all the way down to Veracruz. That's where we could see the highest rainfall amounts, and within that, we could see some landslides as well. This is not the only area that we're watching. Of course, we have Tropical Storm Henri, and then we have this other area that's in the Atlantic. It's a wave coming off the coast of Africa. Right now, it only has a 20% chance of development, but something we'll certainly be watching very closely.
How do we stuff Reese's peanut butter, pretzels, caramel, peanuts, and chocolate into Reese's Take 5? Wait a minute. How do we do it? I'm tired of being left off company email. Can someone tell me how we do it? Not sorry, Reese's.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone, but I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
I got a good feeling. Feel it in my bones, gotta shake it out. I'm going harder than before, let me hear you shout. Oh, no. I'm the talk of the town. I know you're feeling it now.
Transitions, light under control.
As someone with hearing loss, I know what a confusing and frustrating experience getting hearing aids can be. That's why I founded Lively, affordable, high-quality hearing aids with all of the features you need and none of the hassle.
I use Lively hearing aids, and it's been wonderful.
It's so light and so small.
But it's a fraction of the cost of the other devices.
They cost thousands less.
It's insanely user-friendly. You take the hearing test online, the doctor programs in the settings. You don't even need to go into an office.
They're delivered to your door in a few days, and you're up and running in no time.
It connects via Bluetooth to my phone.
You can stream music, and you can answer phone calls.
The audiologist was so incredible.
She's full of all kinds of little helpful hints.
I love it.
They're a game changer for me.
I feel like I could take on anything.
It feels great to be in control of my hearing.
Better hearing has never been this easy. Try Lively risk-free for 100 days. Visit listenlively.com.
The simple point here is we really would like everybody to be off the roads at the height of the storm, which will probably last all day Sunday and through until the early part of Monday. We don't want people to be stuck in the traffic on the Cape Cod bridges when the storm is in full force on Sunday.
That was Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker talking a short time ago about getting ready for Henri. The storm is expecting to move into New England this weekend and bring some big tropical impacts. Here's the latest path for Henri, making that northerly turn and taking it right into New England. But areas like New York City and New Jersey, pay close attention over the next 24 hours because we're starting to see some trends to the west that could bring bigger impacts your way.
And here's a live look at Fire Island, New York. It's 83 degrees right now, and the wind whipping the flag just a little bit, just kind of tossing it around. Boy, things are going to be a lot different by Sunday. The waves that'll be crashing on shore are likely to be a lot rougher, and this scene is going to look a lot different. And Boston right now getting a break. The Charles River looking pretty quiet. Streets looked like rivers yesterday as we watched some of the heavy rain from Fred come through here in Boston. Now, Henri is bringing another threat for more flash flooding. And Molly has a closer look at what Henri is doing right now.
Well, thanks, Chris. We have winds up to 70 miles per hour now, so just shy of some hurricane status here. But at this point, it doesn't matter really if it becomes a hurricane or if it stays a very strong tropical storm. The impacts really remain the same. And you can see this is starting to make its north turn. We did expect this because there is a big area of high pressure that's sitting about right there. Yesterday, it was eroding and kind of shearing the northern side of Henri, but now it's starting to weaken. Not only is that allowing for some strengthening, but it's also allowing for that turn to the north. We do expect this to gain a little bit more strength as it moves over some very warm waters of the Gulf Stream, up to 80 miles per hour by Saturday morning. Here's the catch, though, and what could be a good thing for a lot of people is that there's some relatively cooler water sitting right here just to the south of New England, and that could bring down the intensity just a little bit prior to making landfall. Here's our cone of uncertainty, and again, this tracks where potentially the center of Henri could end up. So that means areas, pretty much all of New England is in that cone. But as I mentioned earlier, we could see areas like New York City and New Jersey into some of the bigger impacts as we start to see a little bit more of a trend to the west. So we are looking at hurricane watches and tropical storm watches already being posted. These are out there, so you have time to prepare. Looking at some of the areas that right now we're highlighting could see the biggest impacts. It does include Long Island and Long Island Sound, New Haven, New London, Newport, as well as over into Cape Cod. A lot of these areas not even in school yet, so you're trying to fit in those last-minute summer plans, maybe some last-minute summer trips that you're taking. It's just not going to be the weekend to do that. In fact, you need to take your preparations today as well as tomorrow, just as things will start to go downhill as we get throughout the day on Sunday. Also, a storm surge watch in effect from Long Island all the way up to Cape Cod. We want to bring in Chris Warren here because there are some very interesting atmospheric aspects that are steering Henri in this direction.
That's right, and it's really what the overall environment around Henri has to say as to where it ultimately ends up. So let's get into that right now a little bit here on the Weather Channel as we watch the couple of the forecast models. Well, let me rephrase that. Several of the forecast models in the near term, all pretty much on track, right? They're all going in pretty much the same direction, just about a due north situation here. But look at the spread. It goes from New Jersey to Massachusetts. So that's roughly about where the cone of uncertainty is as well. So some of the players in the atmosphere that are going to help steer this, move it along as it continues to, and it's expected to strengthen in the next day or so. It's this area of high pressure and this big dip here in the jet stream. Both of those having a huge say on where this ends up. So as this high pressure weakens a little bit, it is going to allow some room for this to head up, for Henri to head a little bit farther to the north. Now, unfortunately, there's also going to be some high pressure here that's now going to sort of give it a little bit of a block, not allowing it to have that escape route out into the Atlantic. On top of that, it appears that this right here, the dip in the jet stream right here, and this upper level disturbance will sort of help and kind of grab Henri and help draw it in up into the coastal areas here. And that's the track. That's why we're thinking it's looking like a landfall. It's very much less of a likelihood that this misses land, that it goes east of Cape Cod. Can't rule it out completely, but it doesn't look like the most likely scenario at this point. So what about intensity? How strong is it going to be when it gets there? So wind shear would tear apart a storm. There's not a lot of it. That also weakens. So as it's heading to the north, it has more elbow room, essentially, a little bit more room to build and to grow. It also has the warm waters to work with. And it's these warm waters in the mid-80s. You only need about 80 degrees. But you get into the mid-80s, we're talking some super warm waters, and with depth, too. Because the storm's going to be, kicking up the water, it can stir things up. And if it's just stirring up more warm water, that sustains the storm that much more. But if it stirs up cool water, that helps, weaken it as well. So that being said, expected to get up to a hurricane. However, with cooler waters, it is expected to gradually weaken. Unfortunately, Molly, it's the gradual term we don't like here. So not significant weakening before making landfall.
And the fact that it could slow down just a little bit also going to cause some problems in the rainfall department. Parts of New England still soaked from the remnants of Fred are bracing for another soggy blow from tropical storm Henri. More than 3 inches of rain fell yesterday in Worcester, Massachusetts. Henri is expected to dump a lot of rain on communities already waterlogged by Fred's downpours. And we do want to talk about the rainfall forecast, because if you've been sticking with us here on the Weather Channel, you'll notice that we've seen some changes in some of our models. This is typical as we're watching a tropical system approach, but this has been a big shift to the west. So this is the European model. This brings this in over Long Island. It brings some of the heavy rainfall into western Connecticut and some extremely heavy rainfall into areas of New York. So we're looking at this potentially slowing down and parking itself over New York and it dropping a lot of rain in the meantime. This is the American model, a slightly different picture here, but the trend is your friend if you're in areas like Boston and Cape Cod, because this brings a lot of the heavy rain just to your west. The trend is not your friend in areas like New York, up into Hartford, even Springfield, and of course in upstate New York, where we could see torrential rainfall. So this is a look at the American model. And again, don't get married exactly to where this makes landfall, because we will likely see some changes, but this brings it in to areas like Long Island, across Connecticut, even up into Vermont and New Hampshire before washing it out as our trough picks it up and pushes it off to the north. I do want to take us to the European model, because this is the difference that we've seen. This is the latest run of the European model, and it takes it over Long Island as well as Connecticut. But watch what happens over New York. This kind of just puts on the brakes big time, and it sits and spins over New York as well as portions of Connecticut, even into Vermont, where where the potential to drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time is very high, and certainly that would lend to a very high flash flooding risk for many of these areas. So this is the rainfall needed to flood in 3 hours. I think this graphic's really interesting because it really does tell the story of how high the risk is for flash flooding. So we're talking about areas that only need 2 to 4 inches of rain to flood, and we can pick that up easily in a tropical system, especially where you see those stronger bands start to wind their way onshore and move inland. And in the situation or the scenario that we would see it park itself over New York, we would see a lot more rain than that. So flash flooding tomorrow through Sunday morning from New Jersey all the way up into New York. But this is the threat that we're watching as we head Sunday into Monday morning, with a higher chance for flash flooding Long Island all the way up into Springfield. Chris?
And Molly, of course, people along the northeast coastline and well inland, in fact, should be paying attention to what we're going to be seeing here. You've already had days of wet weather, and now Henri is approaching, and that is likely and should be for a lot of people a major concern. The storm is expected to bring some dangerous storm surge to some places. That could be Atlantic City, expecting some rough surf at the very least there, but all the way over to some inland locations, going up some rivers, and there's Providence, Rhode Island on the right. Whether it's water coming from the ocean or from land, got to watch out for the water, for the surge, or from the flash flooding that could come with Henri. So right now, a look at the likely arrival times, when you can expect to see some of these stronger winds, the tropical storm force winds. And Saturday night, it's getting closer. Possibly overnight, some strong winds getting into southern New Jersey. Again, this is going to have a lot to do with the track of the storm. At this point, it could be a hurricane as well. So keep that in mind. The tropical storm force winds expected to be from New Jersey to Massachusetts and Cape Cod. Again, depending on the track, if it's to one side or the other, one side or the other may not have very strong winds, and one side could have a lot stronger winds. But I would expect if you're in this area here at some point, just be ready, be prepared for tropical storm force winds. The wind speed forecast now, you'll see that the strongest winds will be closest to the center, but it's not necessarily when you get away from it going to be any walk in the park here. And 8 o'clock tomorrow night, here it is knocking on the door. And even before sunrise, we could see the weather going downhill big time on the eastern portion of Long Island. So Montauk and the Hamptons, things could be pretty nasty. Again, this is still quite a ways away in time from where we are right now. So, a movement over here, a movement over here could mean a big difference for some people, for better or worse. And by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it could still be battering. Now, Montauk could end up getting the strong winds and some heavy rain again, but from a different direction as the low moves up. You have winds coming up out of the south as it approaches on one side, and then perhaps out of the north on the other. Depending on the track, you could get the wind directions and strong winds changing as well. So Henri, of course, we know could make history in New England this weekend if it makes landfall as a hurricane. It would be the first to make a direct hit since 1991. That's why right now a lot of people along the coast are getting ready and are bringing in their boats, tying down equipment, and playing it safe ahead of the storm. Monica Medea reports.
The phone's been ringing all morning.
Boaters betting on Mother Nature in Sandwich.
A lot of my friends are calling, should I pull the boat, should I pull the boat? And I'm just like, add extra lines, and if you have a trailer, pull the boat out.
Many not taking any chances on the potential Hurricane Henri, slated to make landfall Sunday. They're pulling their boats from the marina.
We got a place to put it. It's out of the water. This is a pretty safe marina anyway, but we can watch it at the same time.
Henri could be the first hurricane to directly hit New England since Hurricane Bob in 1991. The anniversary of that storm just yesterday.
Trees were down all over the place and saw the sailboats almost right up on the road.
At least 17 people died then. The damage was immense. Today, the amount would be about $3 billion.
We're in the midst of go, 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 and then the storm comes along.
Lobsterman Jeffrey Richardson is also pulling his boat after selling some of his catch Friday. He says any day off the water is bad for his bottom line, but staying in is too risky.
Your business is protected being on land versus in the water where it can get destroyed. If it gets destroyed, I lose all my traps out there because I can't get to them.
Here in Sandwich, plenty of boats are staying put because this marina is known to be secure in a storm, and there's a list of people trying to borrow a boat slip.
The slip holders who have trailers, we're asking them if they can haul them so we can use the slips for people who don't have trailers.
Some are putting off preparing to enjoy a calm day on the water, while we all
hope for the best.
People in New England have got to be thinking about the scenes they saw almost exactly 1 year ago. That's when Isaias tore a path through the Northeast and tore down thousands of trees in the process. First, the storm saturated the ground with pounding rain, and then it delivered the second blow, knocking down those weakened trees and wet roots with some really strong winds. And of course, that's the fear in New England. There's a lot of beautiful tall tree canopies in Connecticut as well as Rhode Island. A lot of New England covered in some beautiful trees. It makes it so beautiful in the fall, but it also poses a big threat when you've seen as much water as New England has recently, and then you combine that with more water from a tropical system and the wind coming in with Henri as well. Let's talk about some of the recent impactful storms that we've seen in New England. Of course, we just saw video from Isaias. That was almost exactly a year ago. And then, of course, we have to mention Sandy back in 2012. That made landfall as a post-tropical system. But let's shift our focus to hurricanes that have made direct landfalls in New England. And you just heard Chris mention this earlier. It would be the first one since 1991. So 30 years ago, Hurricane Bob, the anniversary of that was yesterday. Of course, not forecast right now to make landfall as a hurricane, but something, Chris, that we're certainly watching very closely.
And of course, right now watching what this ultimately may end up doing. Again, we're looking here by Monday. It's going to be pretty much out of here, but want to get you started with when to expect some of the worst of the weather. Again, tropical storm conditions expected for most areas when it does happen by Sunday night, or Sunday morning, I should say. Saturday night into Sunday, we're going to see things really go downhill in these areas. And again, the exact track of this storm does remain to be seen as we go through, but it looks like somewhere from here to here, the center of the storm is expected to go and produce some strong winds and some heavy rain. Don't forget to download the Weather Channel app on your TV.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Only pay for what you need. With customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual. Nothing rhymes with Liberty Mutual.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We were still at work. We started getting these notifications from Ring. 2 guys trying to break in. I hit the siren on my alarm, and immediately I got a call from Ring.
Would you like for us to go ahead and send the police?
And I'm like, absolutely. With Ring, I stopped the break-in on my phone.
Learn more at ring.com.
Let's go, Peloton! Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa in Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Attention farm, orchard, or vineyard workers who now suffer from Parkinson's disease.
If you worked on a farm, orchard, or vineyard and now suffer from Parkinson's, the herbicide paraquat may be to blame.
Call us right now. Your financial compensation may be substantial.
Call now, and in less than 2 minutes, you can find out if you may qualify.
Call 1-800-236-6100. That's 1-800-236-6100. 1-800-236-6100.
Here's important information for anyone with an annuity or structured settlement. It's your right to sell all or part of your annuity payments for the cash you need now. Whether you need to make an important purchase, pay off debt, or build a business, call the pros at Peachtree today. We can help you get the cash you need. We're professionals at buying structured settlements.
Hi, I'm Maggie from Peachtree. We've been helping people for over 20 years. We can help you turn your settlement or annuity payments into the cash you need for a new car, housing, or to manage debt. Recently, I helped a customer get money for fertility treatments to start a family. It's your money, and you have the right to use it now.
Get your money faster by calling Peachtree now at 1-800-PEACHTREE. That's 1-800-PEACHTREE. Call today for a no-obligation quote and receive $25. Call now at 1-800-PEACHTREE or visit PeachtreeFinancial.com. Representatives are available now.
I love my babysitter. She laughs when I burp. Ugh. We got her from care.com.
Go to care.com for great babysitters and nannies with profiles, reviews, and more. It costs less than you think, and we even make it easy to pay. Care.com.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Air. It's the power source of all life. As the world's #1 air conditioning company, we aim to perfect it. It affects how we work, how we play, how we grow, and how we perform. It's the one thing we all share, and at Daikin, nothing could be more important. Perfect your air with perfectingtheair.com.
As a urologist, I've seen it all. If you have a bend with a bump down there that bothers you, it could be Peyronie's disease, or PD, and there are non-surgical treatment options. Find a specialized urologist who can diagnose and treat PD. Visit takeonpd.com today.
If it hurts when you poop sometimes, like pinching off a porcupine, you're sweating, your neck's stripped to the loo. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, skies clearing overnight. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Saturday, mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 85. Saturday night, rain, low 75. Rainfall near 1/4 inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Evacuate immediately.
Named the world's most accurate forecaster, the Weather Channel.
Significant storm. It has a path that's between 60 and 80 miles. It could stretch anywhere between New Haven and Cape Cod. And I will tell you that Eversource is well prepared. We have just changed our characterization of this storm from a level 4 to a level 3, which means that up to 49% of our customers could be without power for up to 10 days. So customers should be prepared.
Let's hope that doesn't happen, but customers definitely should be prepared. Also, prepare as much as you can for this. This is possible. This was yesterday in Boston. And heavy rain is again going to be one of the big threats with this. Of course, winds will be there, surge will be there, but rain is a big one here. Again, this was yesterday. Some of the streets in Boston with the recycle bins, the trash bins, just going for a float, unfortunately, here. So the next rainmaker is going to be Henri. It's going to bring rain and it's going to bring wind. We know for a fact there's going to be a lot of heavy rain. That means the threat for flooding is going to be there. The winds are going to be there, too, just a matter of how strong and for who. Those are two of the big question marks that we're going to continue to try to answer for you here on the Weather Channel through tomorrow and before it makes landfall. And that's right, it does look like this will be a landfalling system. Whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane still remains to be seen. The forecast is tropical storm right now, but again, things often can and do change. And that's built into the forecast, frankly. As you see, the forecast is right here. This is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. But what this product is, what this cone is, this graphic, this is based on forecast errors from the past. So when you look at history of the center line of the forecast, it's been wrong by about this much, 2/3 of the time. And about 1/3 of the time, the center actually goes outside of the cone. Even if it goes outside of the cone on the east side, look what happens. It's still going to impact land one way or another. And can't rule out New York and New Jersey. Let me rephrase that, like New York City and New Jersey. It will be hitting New York. Long Island looks like one of the better bets, especially out on Montauk, with at this point a 90% chance that you're going to have tropical storm force winds, even if it shifts quite a bit. If it were to shift quite a bit, central and eastern Long Island still in the red. So a high chance tropical storm winds may be stronger or on the way, Molly.
Thanks, Chris. Well, when you see a cloud this ominous, you know it's a sign of wicked weather to come. Check out this massive cloud that covered the skies of Elbert County, Colorado, between Denver and Colorado Springs. On Thursday, during a round of severe storms, things got pretty nasty in parts of the Centennial State, from 2-inch hail to more than 7 inches of rain in spots. As we look ahead to the rest of today and tonight, even more severe weather is possible as we track new rounds of storms potentially headed your way. And if you're in Sioux Falls, you just got done with a round of thunderstorms. Those are moving out. Those are moving into Minnesota across the I-90 corridor and pushing towards the Marshall area. So you've got about an hour before those arrive, Marshall. We do have a tornado warning. This is for North Dakota, Cass County, Buffalo, Gill, and Tower City until 3:30 local time. This is radar indicated, but look how isolated this is. Initially, when these storms stay isolated, that tornado threat goes just up a little bit in this environment because it's tapping into all the energy around it. It doesn't have to share with a line of thunderstorms, but we do have a line. Minnesota all the way down through portions of Iowa. This just continues to tap into all the energy and moisture that we have in place. And just like what we saw, an isolated tornado, we could have more tornadoes spin up. A torcon of 3 today out of 10 from Topeka all the way up to the Fargo area. As we continue through the rest of the evening hours, we'll see a line of storms form from Minneapolis all the way back into Kansas, potentially all the way back into southern Kansas. These will progress to the east and they'll sustain themselves through the overnight hours as those lower level winds continue to pick up overnight, and that'll produce some damaging winds, potentially Des Moines all the way through Kansas City, and even bringing storms very early into the morning time frame for western Illinois, stretching down into the St. Louis area. So it could be a little bit of a noisy morning for you in St. Louis. This is going to continue for the next few hours, so just watch out for the threats of, again, some heavy rainfall, which would be welcome in a few of these areas, as well as some visibility decreased on the roadways, lightning, hail, and the chance for an isolated tornado. Chris?
All right, Molly, time now for our great weekend destination. And what better place to be than in San Diego. Nice little breeze. It's just about perfect any time of the year, quite frankly, here in the extreme southern portion of Los Angeles. And we're going to be seeing, I think, some decent weather for the most part in San Diego. While we're tracking some pretty nasty weather elsewhere, you may be dreaming of being here. It's going to be hot, though, I think, here, especially this close to the water, 86, 87 degrees this weekend, partly to mostly sunny skies.
Hi, I'm Jimmy J.J. Walker. If you're on Medicare, listen to this. I called the 1-800 number to see what extra Medicare benefits I could get. An actual person answered, looked up my zip code, and boom, I was offered extra benefits like dental coverage, including dentures, extractions, fillings, plus prescriptions, transportation, meals, and so much more, all at no additional cost. And then I asked about the benefit that adds money to my Social Security check. And get this, I'm entitled to an extra $100 a month. That's $1,200 a year added to my Social Security check. And I was like, Dynamite! Call the 1-800 number on the screen and see what you may be entitled to. Call now. It's free.
I called and she looked up my zip code and said I could eliminate copays and get expanded dental work, prescriptions, transportation, and meals, all at no additional cost.
I called and couldn't believe that my zip code has dental care, transportation, meals, and the benefit that adds money to my Social Security check every month.
Look, your zip code may entitle you to save money and get significant extra benefits, including expanded coverage for dental work, all at no additional cost. Plus, you may be able to get money added to your Social Security check every single month. Fact is, you don't get these benefits automatically. You must call. Call and get everything you may be entitled to.
I'm on a fixed income, so I call to get money added to my Social Security check every month.
Call and get what you may be entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-591-0834. That's 1-800-591-0834.
Now.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. We're at the ballpark, across the nation, and just down the street. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
K-12 knows this year's been a challenge. Nevertheless, our tuition-free and personalized approach to online learning allowed students to learn from the safety of home on your terms. K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
Get the security and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and owning a generator is easier than ever. Act now, and you can purchase and install a Generac home standby generator for as little as $99 a month with no down payment. You will also receive a free 7-year warranty valued at $695. Hurry, this offer ends September 12th. Call or go online now.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
If you are in Massachusetts right now, you have got to be concerned about this forecast because you still haven't had a chance to dry out from the absolute drenching you got from Fred. And now, here comes Henri. Car rides turned into water rides on Thursday when flash floods from Fred dropped as much as 3 inches of standing water on some streets. And Henri is expected to be another rainmaker. Let's take a live look now at Montauk, New York this afternoon, where a hurricane watch is in effect as we track the path of Henri. Of particular concern to the people here in Long Island is the potential for storm surge, which could send water as high as 4 feet above ground in surge-prone areas this weekend. Just imagine waiting all summer long to take that trip out to Long Island, vacation right before school starts, and then here comes Henri. Unfortunately, that's what a lot of people in New England and areas in Long Island are dealing with as we approach the weekend. Hurricane watches out for Long Island all the way up to the Cape Cod area, and a tropical storm watch out a little bit farther to the west. But even areas like New York City all the way down into New Jersey, pay really close attention as the forecast evolves over the next 24 hours because we are starting to see some trends moving this to the west. Right now, sustained winds 70 miles per hour, and it's taking that north turn that we have been expecting. And right now there is a hurricane hunter flight in this NOAA 49, and that's doing an upper air observation. It's going around Henri, getting an idea of what the environment is in some of the higher levels of the atmosphere, and that gives us a better idea not only what's going on around Henri, but that's going to be fed into the weather models that will improve the forecast in the long run. There's a lot of thunderstorms going on, but it seems like the low-level circulation isn't quite aligned with those thunderstorms right now. That should keep it in check, at least in the short term, but this is going to move over some extremely warm water. As it does, we do expect some strengthening as it approaches New England. That's when it moves across some relatively cooler water. And Chris, we're hoping that keeps the intensity in check.
I said we're also hoping that people are watching the forecast today in the Northeast. What looks nice in Connecticut and decent in Boston is going to be changing in a big way in less than 48 hours here, and a lot less than 48 hours, frankly. We're going to be we have one more day here tomorrow to get ready for what is on the way. And hopefully by the end of the day tomorrow, we're going to have a much, much better idea if it's going to be closer to Boston or if it's going to be closer to Connecticut or even the western side of New York, Long Island, the boroughs, including New York City. So still a lot we got to figure out, but what we do know, winds are coming and heavy rain and possibly some flooding also on the way. The European model just went wow with the rain compared to the last time we looked at this. Before it was showing a swath right here. Now it's showing an insane amount of rainfall, also including what's going to come ahead of Henri, but nonetheless, you get the sense that there's going to be a lot of rain. And this is also a reminder, dramatically as it looks compared to just a couple hours ago, there's still a lot that can change. And to put that in perspective, the European that I just showed you, that model and the amount of rainfall showed a swath less than what the GFS is showing. But regardless, even if the GFS, which isn't showing as much rain as the European, even if this is correct, this is a lot of rain. And this swath right here is 5 to 8 inches. That's the orange in there. Now, however, with the movement of the low, if it heads more this way or if it goes this way, this will also be going with it. So you just use this as kind of a guide as to what this storm, whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane when it comes on shore, what it has the potential to bring with it. And it does look like flash flooding, Molly, is going to be one of the huge concerns along with the other threats.
Yeah, there's always multi-threats when we have tropical systems. So we want to dive into what's going to be happening with the wind and the waves and the surge. There is a storm surge watch. Long Island, the Long Island Sound. It includes coastal areas of Connecticut, Rhode Island, as well as Cape Cod, the Nantucket Sound as well. That's where we could see some serious storm surge move into areas 3 to 5 feet over towards the Cape Cod area, 2 to 4 feet for Long Island and the Long Island Sound. And then this even brings in areas of coastal New Jersey all the way down to Cape May, where 1 to 3 feet of storm surge possible. It all depends on the timing, and you'll hear that over and over again of exactly when this makes landfall, if it does coincide with a low tide or a high tide, and certainly a high tide would make that water situation worse. So we're saying that today and tomorrow are really the days to prepare, because we'll start to see those tropical storm force winds moving in as early as Sunday morning, potentially some areas even seeing some outer rain bands and some stronger winds late Saturday night. So Sunday, you're just really not going to be able to prepare. The time really is today into tomorrow. We will see those winds continue to pick up as we see some strengthening in the short term, but again, that weakening possible as it approaches New England.
It takes a certain kind of person to change the world. My great-great-grandmother.
My great-grandfather.
Great-great-grandfather was that kind of person.
He looked after his community.
She built an empire.
He protected this nation.
They lived their lives in extraordinary ways.
With Ancestry, I learned the story of Peter Vodder,
William Lacey,
Madam C.J. Walker.
They are the heroes in my family.
Who are the heroes in yours?
K-12 knows this year's been a challenge. Our tuition-free and personalized approach to online learning made it easier. Certified teachers who don't just teach, they inspire. And an engaging, interactive curriculum that meets the needs of diverse learners allows students to learn from the safety of home on your terms, preparing them for new challenges and a future they can be proud of. K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
In today's challenging world, being safer at home has taken on a new dimension, and our seniors need more attention than ever before. With our award-winning one-to-one personalized home care, Visiting Angels can help your family navigate through these difficult times, providing care that will give you the peace of mind that makes the future look a lot brighter. Visiting Angels. We're here for you.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
This is Remington. He's a member of the family for sure. We always fed them kibble. It just seemed like the thing to do. But he was getting picky and we started noticing some allergy symptoms. We heard about the farmer's dog and it was a complete transformation. His allergies were going away and he just had amazing energy. It's a no-brainer that Remy should have the best nutritious and delicious food possible. I'm investing in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
Jenny's always had your back with new recharge bars with incredible chef-crafted meals and real results. Lose up to 17 pounds in your first 4 weeks with Rapid Results Max, Jenny's most effective program ever. Limited time offer. Visit jennycraig.com. Love Jenny.
Thrive Cosmetics Liquid Lash Extensions Mascara gives you the look of professional lash extensions. Our award-winning formula dramatically lengthens and strengthens lashes with all-day staying power. It's no surprise it has over 1 million 5-star reviews. Join our movement today at thrivecosmetics.com.
Meet Lexi.
You think I'm sexy?
No, Len. Lexi, the complete hearing solution that fixes everything broken with hearing aids. No more bulky styles, high price tags.
It costs what now?
And tedious tuning. Lexi delivers discreet, premium hearing aids directly to you. With Lexi, your health and hearing are back in your hands. You get the finest Bluetooth-capable hearing aids on the planet and an easy-to-use app to adjust volume and settings. If you do need assistance, Lexi comes with access to a team of hearing experts at no additional cost. You get premium hearing aids and all-inclusive service for only $49 a month. Life is happening now. Don't miss out.
Mention this special TV offer and get your first 2 months free, plus a hearing aid dryer, while supplies last. That's a $167 savings. Go to lexihearing.com. That's lexihearing.com.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Right now on the Weather Channel, we are currently watching people get ready, as they should, getting ready for what could be a hurricane, more likely at this point a tropical storm. But regardless, from Massachusetts to New Jersey, anywhere in there could see some really bad, better have your boat out of the water kind of weather. We're seeing this storm zipping on up from the south. The storm that's going to be impacting up here by Sunday is just east of North Florida right now. So it's got to trek up the East Coast, and it's going to do pretty quickly. So tomorrow's the big day. If you have interest, if you live here, if you're visiting here, by here I mean here, anywhere in here. If you're living, visiting, or have interest here, tomorrow's a big day when our forecasts, I think, are going to have a much better idea of exactly where this is going to be going and exactly who ends up with the heaviest rain. What we're showing you right now is the heavy rain from the past couple of days. And that's an important factor when determining who's going to end up getting floodwaters. So you think of a sponge that it has a lot of water already in it. What happens when you add more water to it? It's just going to fill up fast and run off. It's kind of like what the soil's going to do. A lot of water in it already. It's going to fill up fast and run off. It's not going to store the water in the little pores in the soil. That's already that's no vacancy essentially. So more water going in, and now we're seeing flash flooding likely in some of these areas as the forecast weather center is going to be here or here. The trend has been in this direction. So escaping this, going this way, does not look like the route that it's going to take. But still some time to figure it out. Just a big heads up. Millions of people at risk here, Molly.
A lot of people under the threat as Henri gets closer. Well, a Georgia daycare closed today after flooding forced fire crews to save 27 children and 4 staff members. This happened in Austell in the Atlanta area yesterday. You can see firefighters wading through knee-deep water in the parking lot outside. Storms dropped nearly 3 inches of rain in a matter of hours for the hardest hit neighborhoods in the metro Atlanta area. And parts of the Carolinas also trying to dry out from Fred. 4 people are now dead after high waters swept through Haywood County, North Carolina. That's just west of Asheville. Haywood County Emergency Services now saying 5 people remain missing at this time. Meanwhile, Henri is sending dangerous swells toward the Carolina coast. So Henri not expected to have direct impacts to the Carolinas, but certainly causing some impacts today and in the form of some very rough surf. So there's Henri down there swirling in the Atlantic, and it's pushing some onshore flow into areas of the Carolinas, and that is causing not only some rough surf, but some dangerous rip currents. So if you're taking a vacation out on the beach, trying to fit in some beach time, maybe before you head back, just check with the lifeguard before you get in the water. That's why they're there. They're there to help keep you safe. There's Henri right now. Again, it will not have any direct impacts to the Carolinas or the southeast. It's moving to the north. And meanwhile, in the southeast, we're still expecting some summer downpours continuing. We saw quite a few yesterday. We'll see more again this evening. And then we'll continue to see some stronger storms push through the Tennessee area tomorrow morning. Nashville all the way down into northern Alabama, continuing throughout the day into Atlanta, as well as Birmingham down into Montgomery, where we could see some stronger storms producing a lot of rainfall in a short amount of time. Just kind of the name of the game in the southeast in the summertime. 1 to 2 inches of rain widespread, but we could see some locally higher amounts, especially where we see those training of thunderstorms. So in Nashville, zoning in on Nashville for this weekend, we will see some hit or miss storms throughout the rest of the evening, but I think mostly we'll have clear skies. Some showers moving in late tonight into very early tomorrow morning, and we'll continue with the thunderstorm threat throughout the day on Saturday, but I really think it's going to be the first half of Saturday that's the trouble for you in Nashville. Chris?
And now we want to go to Chicago here, where we got a nice looking summer day if you have a boat, if you're on the water right now. Otherwise, we got a bit of a scorcher for scooting around here in Chicago. 93 degrees right now, and this kind of weather right here is prime for thunderstorms, and that's something that we're going to have to track and watch in the Midwest, the Northern Plains, and the Central Plains as well. So some of the stronger storms expected here. We got a lot of energy, and that's where storms are firing right now as the front is edging this way, and we're going to see more of it into tonight. Some of the storms that are going to fire have the potential for being severe storms and possibly producing tornadoes. A 2 and a 3 on our exclusive Torcon means there is a tornado threat. The bigger that number, the bigger the threat. But again, if there is a number, there's the possibility we're going to see tornadoes. This is the high-resolution future radar through the rest of this evening, through central Iowa by, after dark, before midnight, I think. And then Twin Cities also has a chance for some thunderstorms. Kansas City, you're going to be before midnight as storms come rumbling through. Now we're in the overnight hours. And into western Illinois by early morning, through the Quad Cities as well. And another way to look at this, going through the afternoon, more showers and storms. We have breaking information right now on Tropical Storm Henri. Just in from the National Hurricane Center as we approach the 5 o'clock hour here. And there you go. The cone has shifted even more to the west. New York City, northern New Jersey in it. It looks very unlikely this will not make landfall. Get ready.
Cover it up. That's what I did when I started losing my hair. Then I realized I could actually do something. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And it only costs $1 a day, which means no more covering up. Get started at Keeps.com.
My son needs this drug. I hope it doesn't cost too much. I hope my insurance pays for it. Can you tell me how much this will be? $67. Sorry.
Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupons to help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions.
Wow. I had no idea.
GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions.
Let's go, Peloton! Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa and Denver. Keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Tuition-free, K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Discover the power of personalized learning.
Yeah, sure. What can I help you with?
Enroll now for the fall.
We're Thrive Cosmetics. We create high-performance, cruelty-free, 100% vegan formulas. And we love that you love our products, like our award-winning Liquid Lash Extensions Mascara. Plus, with every product you purchase, we donate to help a woman thrive. Join our movement today at thrivecosmetics.com.
Attention farm, orchard, or vineyard workers who now suffer from Parkinson's disease.
If you worked on a farm, orchard, or vineyard and now suffer from Parkinson's, the herbicide paraquat may be to blame.
Call us right now. Your financial compensation may be substantial.
Call now, and in less than 2 minutes, you can find out if you may qualify.
Call 1-800-236-6100. That's 1-800-236-6100. 1-800-236-6100.
Hey, King Midas, people should know we can service their whole car.
Yes. Tires, brakes, oil, everything. Everything. We must tell the people.
Right now at Midas, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Find your tires now at Midas.com.
Selling a home. At Spectrum Business, we're so sure we offer the best value for business, we called our competitors to see if they could beat our 200 megabit internet and phone with no added phone taxes, no fees, and no contracts.
Thanks for calling.
These are their actual responses.
I would 100% go with Spectrum.
It really doesn't make too much sense to go with us.
Hear that? Spectrum Business is hard to beat. With 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month, all with no added phone taxes and fees.
How are they pulling a no fees and taxes? That's madness.
If you guys want to avoid being under a contract, Spectrum's really the way to go.
I'm going to be very honest with you. You're probably going to need to go with them.
Honestly, we couldn't say it better. Get 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month with over 99.9% network reliability. Call 833-919-2113. That's 833-919-2113.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, skies clearing overnight. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Saturday, mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 85. Saturday night, rain. Low 75. Rainfall near 1/4 inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now here on the Weather Channel, the latest advisory from Tropical Storm Henri is in, and there are some big developments here. Not so much in the actual meteorology itself. The pressure hasn't changed. The wind speed hasn't changed. Going maybe a little bit faster, but not by much. Still under about 10 miles an hour. It's at 7 miles an hour. One of the big changes, of course, are new warnings that have been posted. Hurricane warnings now up for most of Long Island. including at least the central part all the way out to Montauk. Hurricane warning, so hurricane conditions are possible here. Also coastal areas along Connecticut, we do have hurricane warnings that are up. Again, these can still change and shift between now and Sunday morning when the weather's really expected to go downhill in a big way. And at this point, it looks like a landfall, while it's now looking likely that this center of the storm will not go over here, as we can see a little bit more of the urgency going up here with tropical storm warnings that are going up. Again, the hurricane warnings as well. Watches also extending inland, you can see as well. Some of the counties going inland. So what's not in this is the rain threat, right? So this is the wind that's going to be the issue here. So this is tropical storm Henri's alerts, the hurricane warnings that are up, the hurricane watches, and tropical storm warnings. And as we look, this also includes now the tropical storm watches for much of New Jersey. You can see Staten Island there, Jersey City, also the 5 boroughs in this here. New York City under a tropical storm watch right now. Hurricane warnings in effect for a big majority of Long Island and most of coastal Connecticut here, as conditions are expected to go downhill either late Saturday night into Sunday. So tropical storm conditions when the storm is here is likely to be going on, with the center of the storm forecast to be here. The official forecast is right here, but based on historical errors, it could be anywhere on this line. So, and really, frankly, just kind of anywhere within this bullseye there. But you get the idea. This is going to be a Sunday storm, either a hurricane or a tropical storm for New England and the Northeast. The storm will be working through the Northeast and through New England. This is another part of the story. This will be another chapter of Henri, is the inland threat. Remember Fred making landfall in Florida. Yesterday, we had rain in the Northeast from Fred. We're talking a couple states away from where landfall is expected to happen. This will be moving out as either a blustery and windy system, but regardless, it's going to be a wet one. Again, tropical origins, tropical moisture coming up with this. Surge remains a concern here. Storm surge watches, and I think these ones are warnings. Is that right, Sarah? The ones that yeah. Okay, so we're still getting the update. Again, this is brand new. This is the 5 o'clock advisory, and again, it's a little bit before 5. So all of the data from the National Hurricane Center is still coming in-house, still coming into the building. Our graphics will continue to update, but we're going to see the word warning on here eventually, and we'll break it down to, it looks like perhaps some of the immediate coastal areas. So we'll watch that as well. So threats coming from the ocean, the surge, from the air and inland, the fresh water coming down, the rainfall coming down. Europeans going to town here with the rain for upstate New York. This is also including the rain you're going to get out ahead of Henri. The European model shows a whole lot overlapping with where the GFS is. Even if it's this right here, it's still going to be potentially flash flooding situation, a very dangerous threat, of course, Molly.
Well, Chris, we have to talk about what's happening in Haiti after a deadly earthquake. Badly constructed roads are hampering the efforts, but the quake is responsible for killing at least 2,100 people. Grace didn't help matters, bringing tropical downpours shortly thereafter, causing mudslides. The storm has since struck Mexico as a hurricane in the Yucatan Peninsula and is gearing up for a second landfall later tonight. Grace has an appearance on satellite that just kind of makes your heart drop. It's just kind of a bad gut feeling for Grace right now as it continues to intensify, potentially making landfall somewhere between Veracruz up to the Tampico area. We have hurricane warnings and some tropical storm warnings in effect. But look at this. As this intensifies up to 105 miles per hour, so there is still time for intensification prior to making landfall, that would take it up to a Category 2 hurricane. And of course, not only the surge and the wind a threat with this as it pushes on shore, but also the immense rainfall threat, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain. We could see some locally higher amounts in many of these areas, but also it's not just Grace, it's not just Henri. We have another area that we're watching, a wave moving off the coast of Africa right now that has a 20% chance of becoming our next named system. A lot to watch.